The Democratic National...
Chat, it's your boy, the #1 Discord poster, Strategy Man. That's right, folks. Welcome to the motherfucking News Underground. Hope you're doing well. I'm your boy, Abandoned Nihilism, a.k.a. Skinny Penis. This is the News Underground, the #1 news show on Twitch. We were listening to the wonderful sounds of H.P. Shody's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Thank you so much, H.P. Shody. It's the sound of the underground. Make sure you're picking up, comping that cassette tape or hoodie. Go to the damn SoundCloud, buy some shit. Okay, or wherever the fuck. There's no rules to this shit. You got to track these people down just to buy them, just to give them money. It's the underground. Big props for HP Shorty. Also enjoying this this young man who you know, not only had this moment in his life where he's fucking running for his life. He's running for his fucking life over here. How did he add sound effects? Look at this dude. He's got to act fast. He's like, I can't stay still. That's suicide, right? He decided, okay, I'm moving. I'm pushing forward. I'm making that decision. I don't know if these are sound effects, man. This shit might not be sound effects. But this guy, he said, I got it. We're moving. That's the play. That's the play. Keep moving forward. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Oh, shit! It's like a fucking movie, dude. Woo! Holy shit. All right, breathe. Bro, you should park. You should probably maybe pull over,
When I was finally
bro.
out of it, slowly, everything starts to go away. It starts to be calm again.
Yeah, okay, bud. All right, good for you, dude. Hell yeah, bro. That's a badass fucking thing to do right there. So congratulations to this fucking badass for being a badass. You know, sometimes the moment hits you, dude. Sometimes the moment hits you. He wasn't ready for it. You're never ready for it. Cracked, exactly. Get shot by the police. They get that on camera too. Davey posted this in the Discord, so we're gonna start today's Fat Man and a Little Coke coverage with a very funny song that Davey posted. Yeah, music from Davey. But the post was ADHD has been solved. You know, so the new generation has the worst attention spans, etc., etc. Well, here's how we can do it. Here's how we do it. We tell a robot to turn everything into a nursery rhyme, basically, an adult version of a nursery rhyme. So here, let's have a listen. It's quite entertaining, and it's incredibly informative. If you've ever wondered why they put steel rolls this way instead of, flat, why don't they do that?
I'm curious why steel coils are always placed lying down instead of standing up when trucks are...
There's a good, just real quick, this is the last time I'm going to pause, but, like, these are for real, dude. Like, these people are getting fucked up. Like, it's incredibly dangerous. You do not want to mess with this.
Steel coils are always placed lying down instead of standing up when trucks are transporting them. There are mainly two key reasons. First of all, if they are placed standing up during transportation, the center of gravity of the steel coils is relatively high, which makes it easier for the whole vehicle to lose balance. And it will also cause wear on the bottom edge of the steel coils. Moreover, when the steel sheets come out of the furnace, the temperature is very high and they are rolled into steel coils, resulting in a large elastic tension inside the steel coils. Once they are worn and deformed, there is a risk of loosening and bursting when placed lying down. The weight is distributed over the entire arc-shaped surface with even stress, which can protect the steel coils from deformation. Secondly, it's about loading and unloading. Lying down, steel coils can be lifted by a hook through the central circular hole.
So
this is convenient and stable. When placed standing up, it's not easy to hang the hook, and it's unstable when lifted, and it might smash the transport vehicle if not careful. In fact, there are special transport vehicles for steel coils. The grooves on the vehicle can firmly hold the steel coils, but this kind of vehicle is not only expensive, but can only carry steel coils. When you see them on the road, be careful to avoid and keep away from them.
Right. So that explains why we sometimes see just regular flatbed trucks carry steel coils, because the specialized trucks are expensive and specialized, and they can only carry steel coils. Move over, Mr. Rogers. This is the new way children are going to learn. I don't even know if we're kidding here. You tell me, strategy member, you didn't just learn a few things about steel coil transportation logistics. Okay, it worked. It actually legitimately worked, which is kind of fucking crazy. All right. I've already made my jokes about Kick and how pathetic it would be to spend money on Kick, to spend money to literally get views on Kick. So I won't go into that again. But anyway, unironically, I think they might be onto something there, because it did have my attention. It was very interesting. A very mundane topic was turned slightly more interesting, and I was able to sit through the whole minute and 30 seconds learning 4 or 5 different facts about steel coil transportation logistics. Okay, strategy member. Okay, way to fart up the room, buddy. But I will agree, it was very easy to listen to. Okay, thank you. Moving on. A little bit of, since we started with a little bit of climate stuff, I thought we might as well show this. This island in the Philippines is legitimately sinking. And this is exactly what, we've been warned about when it comes to climate change. This is it. Scientists have been saying stuff like this, and these bad actors, they're, whole island sinking, and just this hyperbolic, woke, liberal rhetoric. It's just ridiculous. They're exaggerating. No, we're not. So we got a couple more photos here, but as you can see, these were actually once streets, and now they're rivers. It's not the only island that's been sinking. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's us versus the anti-intellectual fascist bigots. So here's a classroom. Venice might also become the future Atlantis. That's true. No, that's very true. Wasn't there a big flooding incident in Venice like 5 or 10 years ago? I don't know. Maybe I'm hallucinating that. Jesus. Bad stuff. And if you want to be cynical and you want to be an evil person, you might say something like, well, why'd you build a village there? Well, it's because when they built it there, you know, it wasn't underwater. And why would it be underwater now? Oh, well, wait a minute. I heard some asshole tell me that, you know, if you have a cup filled with ice and then the ice melts and then the cup doesn't overflow. And so what, I don't understand how a melting iceberg can raise the water levels. Okay. Well, imagine this cup that was once filled with ice, and as you see, it's actually gone down. It was filled right to the top with ice and water, and it's gone down as the ice is melted. Well, imagine a block of ice on top of this cup melting. Would the cup then overfill with water, right? And of course, the answer is yes. So as the Earth heats up, as climate changes, the ice that was once frozen, that was once solid, is now accumulating and melting into the ocean, which increases the amount of water that's in the ocean. Okay. This is stuff that even fucking Bill Nye the Science Guy would be like, okay, you know, the kids are not idiots, right? They could get this part, right? But see, the thing is that the adults that say this, they are intentionally being obtuse. Then this is why I get so angry with them and I have no patience for them. Because it's an intentional anti-intellectualism. They treat it like it's a superpower, their ignorance. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything, but I sure got a lot of opinions about it. Here's another one. Not only that, but technically the water level isn't changing on Earth, but the sea levels are rising because the water out of the ocean is going in there. It's why there's some argument space around it. Sea level are rising because the water out of the ocean is going in there. Well, it's the ice. It's the North Pole fucking melting, man. It's all the fucking glacier ice that's been frozen for a bazillion years. And now it's melting because of all the carbon and other shit that we're putting in the goddamn air. So yeah, these people are just going to straight up have to leave. You're tubing in this motherfucker. It's good to see you. Like the arguments are the Earth is the cup of water, but you need to understand the ocean is the cup of water. Yes. And, you know, what water fills to the brim in this cup, and that's what we're seeing here. These islands, these land masses are the brim of the cup. It's not rocket science. I mean, it's like literally probably day one of like fluid engineering. Okay, water's this thing. It accumulates. It has mass. You know what I mean? It's the same people that are, you know, hand-waving this away are also hand-waving away germ theory. Good thing they're running our lives and health department. R.M. Brown reference. R.M. Brown's the kind of guy, he's like the coolest dude in the fucking room. And he's the kind of guy that's so fucking cool, you start copying the way that he talks because he's so fucking cool. So, yeah, he's that kind of motherfucker. I like R.M. Brown. So I'm going to torture you today, and we're going to do something I normally would only do if you had nailed me to some kind of wooden torture device and held my eyes open and prevented me from screaming. We're going to watch a good portion of a Donald Trump press conference, folks. Now, it's 56 goddamn minutes, so we're not doing that. Okay, we're going to go until it's going to basically be a torture session. And we're just going to see how far I can push myself until I say, no, thank you. I've had enough. I don't want to consume any more vomit. I thought I'd start with a classic, another humdinger, another banger. This is Donald Trump justifying full-blown state-owned capitalism. I guess if you think you own America and America's treasury is your treasury, you might start acting like this. Can we just choose to look at the Epstein files instead? No. Go to 300 other channels doing that nonsense. I have one update report on Epstein. No. This is relevant. This is not an old speech. This is his latest one, the one where he was in the Oval Office bragging about acquiring the FIFA trophy, which he did not earn, and wearing a hat that says, I was right about everything. Unironically. So anyway, here's Donald Trump saying, I bought 10% of Intel. America bought 10% of Intel. You know, motherfuckers Mao, dude. This is like China shit. Okay, that's all I need to stay here for. Okay, I'm relieved. Kind of base, but bad that it's Trump doing it. Female eunuchs. It's definitely not the worst investment he could have made, right? Like, dumping this into Bitcoin would be, and I heard recently, I think I heard a couple weeks ago, there was kind of a statement that went under the radar for some reason, but it was basically the U.S. government's not going to buy any Bitcoin. And I was like, all right, good. It's not very wise to do that. Might be doing it because lately I'm just going to embrace the psychosis. You have to. Okay, look, you've looked into you can't take this back, blessed up kid. All right, this is the sacrifice we make for being real motherfuckers. You've looked into the void. You've seen the horrors. Okay, so you got to learn how to cope with it. You got to roll with it. And that's the only way to fight it. So anyway, I'm going to torture you today. We're going to do some fucking straight to the motherfucking vein Donald Trump, dude. Right to the motherfucking vein, dude. Real quick, though, just wanted to point this out. Hit me where it hurts, baby. Get get that rubber tube that where do you even get a rubber tube? Do they even sell those? Go to the hardware store? Yes, I'd like to buy one heroin-sized rubber tube, please. I have some plumbing needs. They always got the tube. It's like a medical tube. Oh, it's like a medical tube. That's probably where they get it. All right. Anyway, so I just wanted to point this out to everybody, because I always like to give you guys weapons to fight back in this rhetorical war against fascism, right? Because if you guys are on social media, maybe you run into some of these assholes, and maybe you need to point some shit out. So I always like to give you guys a couple blades, to add to your bandolier, because obviously you're just wandering around the streets like Blade, the comic book character who defeats vampires, just completely covered in knives. So I'd like to just give you a couple more. Let me just read this real quick and I'll explain. Donald Trump's hardline immigration stance has triggered the first decline in the U.S. immigration population since the 1960s. Pew Research reports a drop of 1.5 million immigrants between January and June 2025, cutting the total to 51.9 million. So, wow, big victory, huh? Wow, he did it, right? No, actually no. A grand majority of these people were productive citizens who were attempting to do things the right way. They were showing up to court, dropping their kids off at school, right? Trying to make their kids into decent citizens, right? Doing everything the right way. These were the fish in the barrel, okay? These were the people that were trying to do everything right. Ironically, there's people who, in that community that would criticize people like that for trying to work within the system, saying it's always going to be racist. Why bother? And can't help but point out that Donald Trump has proven those cynical people correct right now. So the other thing I want to talk about, it's not inherently good at all that we have a reduction of immigrants. These people make our economy. We were overworking them, underpaying them. It was literally a win-win for America. They did less crime than the gringos that were born here. They work twice as hard, okay? And I'm not just talking about farmhands, okay? I'm talking about people in the nursing industry, old people, old folks' homes, young, daycare, young and old. I'm talking about doctors themselves, okay? I've shown you evidence of students, getting like science degrees and math degrees. I'm talking about, people that are going to be captains of industry, inventors, scientists, people that cure cancer, shit like that. All the fish in the barrel, right? Just so we can get that number as high as possible. So just so you know, you might hear some crowing, oh, this is good. This is inherently good, right? Because they want to say 1.5 million rapists. I showed you the numbers. It's less than 10% of the people that they've kidnapped and dumped out of the country committed violent crimes, right? They scooped those people up in like 2 weeks. Anybody that, like beat their wife and had a pending court date, or did a B&E, like broke into someone's house, right? Did something, above, a capital crime, right? Hurt somebody or, rob somebody's house, et cetera, et cetera. Those people were scooped up very quickly. The ones that they could find, the ones that were actually trying to stay here legally and trying to actually go through the legal system, because those are the easy pickings, right? The criminals and rapists that are immigrants, that are avoiding the system. There's millions of those guys. I don't know. I mean, it probably just forces them to be more underground. It's just wild to me. I don't know. But they are the party of wife beatings. What are you talking about? The Republicans? Right-wingers, yeah. No, they do. They do that quite a bit. Yeah. I was actually, I was raised by one of them. Interestingly. Petty man. A petty, pathetic man. But he would have absolutely been MAGA. He was that archetype. He would have absolutely been MAGA. All right, here we go. You got your heroin rubber tube ready. Strap up. We're going straight. This guy's going to fucking kick the bucket, dude. This guy's on his last legs. I'm giving him weeks. I'm thinking weeks, man. But he can still crank out an hour-long, press conference. Jeez, I should talk. All right, let's do it. Close up, baby. Look at that beautiful man. Wow, look at that trophy. Amazing. So subservient. Wow, look at how yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh. That's not reverence for the position. That's not reverence for the chair. That's reverence for that's pretend reverence, by the way, because he knows, everyone knows what's going to be happening. I'm thinking weeks. Yep. Everyone knows what's about to happen here. And JD Vance just is tickled pink. Tickled pink. He's the new Caesar. He's the new fucking Caesar, JD Vance. Caesar in waiting. All right, no more pausing.
What do you think? Hey, Brian.
Do I look good? I look good. Do I look?
Thank you very much. We have a very big announcement to make today.
Oh, there he is.
You all know Johnny. He came all the way from Italy, the beautiful country of Italy, to be with us.
Italy, right.
He just got off the plane, and he's a hardworking guy, does a phenomenal job with FIFA. Nobody like him. I'm delighted to welcome FIFA President Gianni Infantino back to the White House for a major announcement about one of the most anticipated
They haven't even said sorry once.
Competitions in all of sports.
Disgusting.
I'm Donald Trump.
2026, and this is a big deal, I'll tell you. We're so happy to get it. The 2026 FIFA World Cup And it's going to be the World Cup as we know it. It's the biggest, probably the biggest event in sports, I guess, Johnny, right?
Well,
On December 5th of this year, the 2026 FIFA World Cup draw will take place at the Kennedy Center. Some people refer to it as the Trump Kennedy Center, but we're not prepared to do that quite yet, maybe in a week or so.
New Oval Office.
Right here in Washington, D.C. It's a tremendous honor to bring the global event and this incredible group of people and these unbelievable athletes, the best athletes in the world,
like the
to the
Olympics.
cultural center of our nation's capital. I just left the Kennedy Center. We're spending...
1 minute, 30 seconds. I got to talk about the hat. I was right about everything. Could you actually unironically imagine wearing this hat? It is. It's like insane. It's neo insane. It's omni insane. Okay, we need new words here, man. This shit is melting my brain, dude. Trump was right about everything. Exclamation point. Wearing the hat unironically. The man has never been more wrong. It's never been more apparent. Every single person around him is a cynical nihilist who's a careerist, right? Just there for the fucking position. Okay, anyway, that's okay. I'll think of more horrific, I can't think. This is new, right? This is why it's so freaky, because it's shit's so new. And it's like you just like politics has been so, boring for so long. And it's just, you get comfortably numb to that. But J.D. Vance isn't going to wear this hat. J.D. Vance isn't going to wear a hat that says J.D. Vance was right about everything. He's not going to do any of this shit. Look back, Rock's fist. It's going to be meaner. It's going to be meaner and colder and more Tucker Carlson-y, more Nick Fuentes-y. Turning that Nick Fuentes dial up to 11 with J.D. Vance. It's going to be incredibly unlikable, is basically what I want to say. We find this repulsive. We find this insane. They find it charming. They find it endearing in a, delusional grandpa kind of way. They brush it away as him trolling, him making a hyperbolic statement that he doesn't actually believe in. Which actually isn't true. He believes this shit. Just Dance Vance knows he hates that man, but he's doing it for the grift and power 100%. Cynical, sociopathic nihilist, a vehicle for Peter Thiel and all of his disgusting eugenic ideas, man. Guy just did a special fucking symposium about the Antichrist. Where we are ruled by sociopathic, narcissistic, nihilistic cretins, scumbags, bitch boys, teetotalers, fascists.
A lot of money wisely on making it really beautiful. It's going to be beautiful again. It's like Washington, D.C. We had, by the way, in Washington, D.C., we have the lowest crime numbers they've had in years. Zero, it sounds like it's a horrible thing to say, but I might as well say it. Zero murders in the last week since we've done this. That's the first time in memory that that's happened, if you can believe it, how pathetic that is to have to even say it.
So, sorry to pause. One thing that is being intentionally avoided by all media except for TYT, and I'm sorry to give credit to TYT, they're on my shit list lately, is the failure of neoliberal leftist government to address petty crime, car break-ins, drug usage, massive homelessness, and of course, death and murder that happens in the worst parts of the slums. And don't tell me that there's not slums in DC. I've seen the fucking videos and stuff. There's some ghettos in DC. I don't know, what is that? Is that neoliberal mentioned? Yes, neoliberalism mentioned. You fucking right. But that is intentionally avoided in discussion on mainstream media. You won't hear Morning Joe bring it up. You won't hear Wolf Blitzer bring it up. You won't hear Anderson Cooper bring it up. Rachel Maddow doesn't bring it up. Intentionally, it's intentional. They intentionally avoid it. And then the B team, C string, they don't bring it up. Motherfuckers like Mehdi Hassan and Cenk Uygur, when he was on MSNBC, started bringing it up. That's why they're gone. Right. Not directly, but the same kind of attitude, right? Specifically for their own reasons. But that's the kind of mentality that gets you fired on mainstream media. You start pointing out the failures of neoliberalism. All right, let's get back to this cancerous boil that has a mouth. Simply Steve, welcome back. Yeah, they know it. I have evidence. I have proof that they know it. I showed you. I think I showed you yesterday. I showed you that tweet. Well, I'm a 64-year-old man. What do I care if he's diddling kids? He's not going to diddle me. Like, all right, dude, put the beer down, okay? Okay, and stay away from my child as well.
And I'm tired of listening to these people say how safe it was before we got here. It was unsafe.
Right.
It was hard.
The whole point of what I was trying to say, though, is that that failure of governance from neoliberalism allows bad actor, grifters, fascists, bigots, racists like Donald Trump to come in and say, I'm going to fix it all in one day. And then they bring in the stormtroopers and they say, technically, it's safer. Technically, the number went down. Do you feel safer? Motherfuckers with guns at the fucking train station, at the fucking park, at the library, looking you up and down. Let me see your papers, right? Everything's safer, technically.
And Mayor Bowser better get her act straight, or she won't be mayor very long, because we'll take it over with the federal government, run it like it's supposed to be run. The numbers were horrible. It was a crime-infested,
especially for a black person,
rat hole. And they do have a lot of rats. We're getting rid of them too.
Smells like weed.
And we've made a lot of progress. And it was extremely unsafe, and now it's extremely safe. We had virtually no crime. The number was down 87%, and I'm trying to figure out where was the 13%, because I don't think it existed. The National Guard has been unbelievable, and they're working with the police, and they have some very good people in there. They have some people that shouldn't be police, actually, but they have some great people there. And the Washington, D.C. is a whole...
Talking about the wokesters that maybe have some kind of problem with a full-blown police state within, these institutions. Got to get rid of those folks right away.
Different place, and Johnny, I'm sure you'll be happy to hear that too, actually.
Oh, yes.
But it's a whole different place.
Yes.
People are excited again. They're going out to restaurants again. That was the other thing I saw numbers. That restaurant business is down in the last week. No.
It is.
Restaurant business, you can't get into a restaurant.
No, it's
just really lying people.
No,
and that's why people don't understand
lie.
how bad and how dishonest the press is. I saw one poll that had us at 19% favorable on what we're doing with Washington. Then I saw another one that has us 94% favorable.
Oh yeah, where? Would you write 94 on the shower after your fucking shower, once a month shower? Look at that. 94% approval for what I'm doing. Some people say it's 94%. I saw it in the shower. He gonna die soon, 100%. 100%. This is it. Within weeks.
And I can tell you the 94% is correct.
Sharpie, yeah.
The others are fake, just fake news.
All the other numbers are fake.
So bad for our country, so sick, actually.
I saw a number that was 94.
So Washington, D.C. is really doing unbelievably well. And the Kennedy Center that we're fixing, I was just there all morning with contractors. We're making it unbelievable. It's going to be unbelievable.
For one day, we're not going to be cynical about the nightmare of J.D. Vance, and we're going to forget everything, and we're just going to celebrate the death of a very bad man. Okay, for one day, we're going to allow ourselves to just cut loose and not worry about the impending doom of the smart fascist, because this man's more dangerous than Donald Trump. So for one day, we're going to forget all that. We're going to forget our troubles, and we're just going to celebrate the whole day, barbecue it up, okay, pop the Chambly, okay, because something evil has died, okay? But we're not there yet, but that's my plan. I'm doing a big celebration stream. I'm going to stream as much as possible the whole day, and we're just going to absolutely fucking ring them bells.
It's got great bones, but it needs a lot of work. The
I'll
World
probably
Cup
get
draw
banned.
will set up the
I'll
group
probably get banned.
stage of competition. 48 teams will play in 104 games across
Okay, female units,
16
you got
North
it.
American cities, from Seattle to
putting it in the
Vancouver to
Discord.
Atlanta to Miami. It's going to be so exciting for our country. The 2026 FIFA World Cup will be one of the largest and most complex events. This will be one of the greatest events, one of the largest. In a way, it's like Johnny said it better. It's like having many Super Bowls in a short period of time. Because each one of these games essentially is a Super Bowl. Some of them are bigger than Super Bowls, actually. But they're essentially, each one of these games is like a Super Bowl. The 2026 FIFA World Cup will be the largest, most complex set of events in sports history. And the Kennedy Center will give
Number
it a
one
phenomenal kickoff,
priority.
and we'll be involved. And they'll
That's
be
what this
working
whole
over there
meeting's
for
about.
quite a bit of time. We have it all set that they can
That's what
stay
this
there
whole
for the
meeting's
big
about. It
events, the big
diverges.
press conferences, and everything else.
Now, if I simply can't handle anymore, and I have to turn away, I'm just curious how long I can handle this. Like it is there. Right. It is what it is. Okay. We haven't done this in a while. This is the president of the United States. Okay. It's informative on that level. Okay. But I do have some choice clips if he just doesn't, if he gets to, because he does get to he says some crazy shit. He starts talking some crazy ass shit somewhere in this 56-minute whatever the fuck. Sit down, or you sit down and listen to grandpa, or you don't get your inheritance.
And they'll be in a very safe capital. That'll be nice. You don't have to worry about walking down the street, Johnny, okay?
Thank you.
But you could handle yourself.
I could.
It will accelerate. our
Already,
pain,
FIFA is projecting
Giants.
6 million loyal
But it's
fans
gonna
will
happen
attend the World Cup
inevitably,
events
so we
next
might as
year,
well
and 6
embrace it.
billion more are going to be watching back home, and they think the $6 billion number is going to be actually a low number. And this will drive more than $30 billion into the U.S. economy and create 185,000
Into the
American
fucking pockets
jobs
of
in a
oligarchs,
short period of
bitch.
time, too. No
Bitch,
sporting
they
event
pay
attracts more
incredibly
attention, more
low
fans, more
wages.
viewers, or
They
more
buy
revenue
shitty
than the
fucking
FIFA World
food,
Cup.
terrible
And again, I'll just say
accommodations,
it's the World
overcharge
Cup,
your
and it's
ass
the
every
biggest thing
fucking
there is in
step.
sports, and we have it. And I got it in my first administration,
Right
and I
into
was
the
really
pockets of
somewhat
fucking
devastated,
oligarchs.
as devastated as I can be. I don't have time
The
to
whole
get too
FIFA
devastated.
organization's a racket.
I was very happy that today, as you saw, the group that does this, a government group, radical left group, announced that Trump was right. Took in
Rock's fist.
$4
Some people
trillion
do say that.
worth of tariffs, that the $4 trillion are going to
Devastated
reduce the
enough to
deficit by numbers far greater than they ever expected or heard of. And by the way, the stock market went up 1,000.
Gaius, let me challenge that Americans won't do shit. What have we seen with ICE? You know, ICE, when ICE rolls up, American citizens, I'm not talking about activists. Okay? I'm not talking about activists. American fucking citizens minding their own business, see that shit, whip out their phone, and they start chanting and shit. Okay? So let me just say, Gaius, that I've actually been quite inspired lately by Americans' reactions to soldiers patrolling and policing, and of course ICE kidnappings. Now, of course, the response that the government is, you know, just as in Russia, right? What is the response in Russia? Kidnapping, disappearance, violence, direct violence, and it works. And it works. So obviously, that's the level that this government is going to need to get to achieve their goals, which is obedience, acquiescence. But we're not there yet, and people are standing up, and that will create momentum if they don't cap it, if they don't clamp it down, and they're not smart enough to do that. I don't even think even J.D. Vance is smart enough to do that. They're just going to go full violent. It's going to get way out of hand. They're in way over their head, and hopefully that creates the momentum. There is an opportunity for these people to win, though. There is an opportunity for J.D. Vance to win, push back against that momentum, secure the police state, make it normal, normalize kidnapping, normalize gulags. There is an opportunity for him to do that as well. The right-wing media will do everything in their power to normalize these things as they're happening in real time. But will they be able to? I guess we'll have to see.
Points. That was
Guys,
as of
I
10
love
minutes
your
ago. I can't tell you
recommendation.
what
That
happened.
music
A lot
rocks.
of things happened. But the stock market's up almost 1,000 points. and it's basically on the news that the release that just came
Yeah,
out
why come to America?
from government that the tariffs that everybody was talking about, that the whole world respects us for because of what we did. The tariffs are going to be at $4 trillion. They're
worried
going to
about
reduce
their
the
own
deficit
economies.
by $4 trillion, Mr. Vice President. What do
Pretty
you
good,
think?
sir.
Yeah. Too bad it's not 5, right?
That's right.
It's a lie.
It's had a huge impact, and the stock market is
It's not $4 trillion. That's a lie.
yeah. But this will drive more than $30 billion in U.S. economy and create 185,000 American jobs. No sporting event attracts more attention or more fans or anything else. And
He's just doing
I
an
just
ad
look forward
read
to the draw.
for
So we're
fucking
going to have
FIFA.
time. It'll be great. It'll be gold. This
He's just
not
doing a
clean.
fucking ad read.
I immediately
And-
changed the chair and had this beautiful desk renovated. We have brought out by immediately
Oh, you're
changed
talking
the
about
chair
the
and had
gold, the
this
gold.
beautiful desk renovated, brought out by the White House. People that do this, they did a great job. We sent it out. We have a craftsman who's great.
The
But this
gold.
was not appropriate for the Oval Office when I took over. And now you look at all those paintings you're allowed to turn back. All of these are great presidents, and they were all in the vaults. They were in vaults for some cases much more than 100 years. And now they're proudly hanging on the Oval Office walls. And I can't imagine anybody changing it. But they were buried in vaults for over 100 years, many of them. So it's very exciting. People come in, they really love it. They love what we're doing.
Yeah, just cut his
Here, they
arm
love
hands
what we're
off.
doing in D.C., and they love what we're doing, most importantly, in the country and the
They
world.
love it.
I'd like to ask Johnny
They
to say a
love the
few words. He's the head of the whole
gold.
thing. He's been there for a long time, probably the most respected man in sports.
He's gonna bring it up
amazing,
again.
actually. Works very hard, and he's got
I'll have that bad
the
boy
biggest event in the world coming right here to the United States. And a little, we did a little for Canada. We did a little for Mexico. We thought, see, I'm a good citizen.
Because the motherfucker stinks, dude. He stinks like an outhouse.
I said, let them have a little piece. So we gave a little
That's
to
why.
Canada, see how nice I am? And
Smells
we
like
gave
shit.
a little bit to Mexico. And Johnny, please say a few words.
Thank you, President. Great honor for me to be here with you today. Broadcast
Money, 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 money,
between
money, money,
the winner
money.
of the FIFA World Cup wins.
Money, money, money.
Only
I like
the
money.
FIFA president, presidents of countries,
Everything
and
I
then those who
do
win
is
can
about
touch it,
money.
because it's for winners only. And since you are a winner, of course you can as well touch it. It's pretty heavy.
Yeah.
It's the winner trophy. The last one
Another
who lifted
fucking
that
bobble.
is Lionel Messi of Argentina.
Look at him hold it with
and
pride.
here it is.
Look at him hold this thing with pride, dude. This fucking bauble given to a naked emperor, right? Thank you for doing an ad read for my money thing. Here's a bauble. Here's something. Here's a trophy. You won. One of the most shameful moments in American history, okay? And like, we've massacred people. All right? This is somewhere on the list. Let's put the massacres at the top. Okay? But right below all the big massacres, let's put this in there somewhere. All right? I'm so embarrassed. Like my skin wants to leap off my skeleton. You know?
In the Oval Office, in the White House.
Can I keep it?
For you? Well, you can keep it after the World Cup.
We're not giving it back. That's serious.
It fits well.
That goes very well on the wall right over
So he's
there.
not
Put it right below the angels.
Whatever. I thought his ass was going to be keeping it. Sorry, I just fucked it up. I thought his ass was going to be keeping it. I hit 0. No thanks. Don't care.
I mean, I was
Like he just sits there.
They all think they can
nap
become
time.
world champion, right?
Nap time,
They'll all be
please.
happy. Come out.
Okay, hold on.
During the Biden administration,
Oh, here we go.
do this, and then you start hearing
some good shit.
that they had a 20-year reduction of crime. It's worse. It was worse during the Biden administration than anybody's ever imagined possible. And I guarantee you, he wouldn't be here if those numbers continued. But now we have total safety. We have total
Oh, yeah,
safety. And for the border, in 3 months, 0 people. These are done by liberal people that do these charts. 0 people came through our border in the last 90 days. Can you believe it? 0. Last year we had millions of people coming in. And they came in from the wrong locations. They came in from, they came in, a lot of people.
He probably wants to take that symbol of his company and brand off the desk while Donald Trump fills the airways with lies and bigotry.
It shouldn't be here. So now when we have this event in December, it's going to be very safe. Johnny, you can walk down the street with your beautiful wife.
Yeah.
You can take her to dinner if you can get a reservation, which I doubt.
And they're all full, the restaurants.
I know. They're all full. I heard that too. The restaurants aren't. The restaurants, since we are doing this, are doing great. And many new restaurants are going to open because, as you know, many closed. Many restaurants closed because the crime was so bad. This will be one of the safest places anywhere on earth. So, you know, I really am honored that the National Guard has done such an incredible job working with the police. And we haven't had to bring in the regular military, which we're willing to do. We have to. And after we do this, we'll go to another location and we'll make it safe also. We're going to make our country very safe. We're going to make our cities very, very safe. Chicago's a mess. You have an incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent.
Oh, here we go.
And we'll straighten that one out probably next. That'll be our next one after this. And it won't even be tough. And the people in Chicago,
oh, yeah, it won't
Mr.
even
Vice
be tough.
President.
It won't even be tough. Hey, B-Ree. Hey, B-Ree. What do you think? You think those motherfuckers in Chicago? You think these motherfuckers in Chicago just going to give it up, huh? He has no fucking idea, dude. Some real motherfuckers over in Chicago, quite frankly. That's a real-ass city. Bring your goon squad. Do it. I can't wait to see it. I honestly can't. Yeah, do it. Start kidnapping people. Start setting up checkpoints. I'm not saying gun violence, but they're not just going to take it. They're just not going to take it. Okay? Either.
Are screaming for us to come. They're wearing red hats, just like this one. But they're wearing red hats. African-American ladies, beautiful ladies, are saying, please, President Trump, come to Chicago.
Close your eyes.
Please. I did great with the black vote, as you know, and they want something to happen. So I think Chicago will be our next, and then we'll help with New York, and we're going to help with. And I think a lot of these people that you see on television, they are, including the people in this audience, they'll say bad things about me, and then they'll say, "Thank God he's here," because half of them got mugged,
Grandpa, thank you.
and they don't want to get mugged again. But they work for they work for stupid people that are radical left.
You were the lowest demographic.
And they're made to do
actually,
things.
that did make headline news that he was claiming that black women were down for MAGA, down for Trump, that they wear red hats. That's actually literally like the lowest demographic of people that support Trump are black women. Even now, especially now. We sure the fuck don't. B-Ree going off in the chat. Trump tries to send his goons to Colorado. It's going to be Wolverines. They're not going to take it standing down. I refuse to believe that city's too motherfucking real to just let these people who have a political agenda, where they see a black and brown person and they immediately think it's that person's a criminal. They're not going to take it standing down. They're just not. And it's going to be they will probably start responding with violence. They've already started shooting up cars. I showed you evidence of that yesterday. So it will probably, there's a very good likelihood that things will get pretty messy in Chicago.
And say things that they don't want to be saying. But the people right here are all happy because they're not going to be mugged in Washington, D.C. anymore. I just want to say Johnny's been my friend for a long time. He's an incredible guy, and we will lay out the red carpet. Andrew, you're going to be fantastic. Rick is going to be everything Rick ever touched. His
blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah, let this fucking prick talk.
Ravaged city, a city that was really under siege. Probably most people thought it was going to survive. He turned it around. He was a great, great mayor. And then they treated him very, very unfairly. You go back and tell your father all of the things that have come out over the last couple of months.
It's wild. He just interjects. This whole thing is supposed to be a fucking ad read for FIFA. They have this whole ceremony like of handing him a fucking check, of talk, and it's just peppered with all these lies. Half of them get headlines because they're so brazen and ridiculous. But then they got to finish the fucking ceremony with the fucking fake ass. This is his ticket? And it's not even number 1, dude. Look at that. Number 45 of 47. Oh, 40. Okay, I get it. Never mind. That's very clever. Okay.
Of September, start getting your ticket.
He'd want ticket number 1. He'd want ticket number 1 out of 47, maybe, or whatever. You give him 45? What do you mean? So 44 other schmucks are above me? What are you? What are you? No, man. How dare you boo my president?
That's beautiful. Yeah.
6.5, 7 million tickets.
Thank you for this piece of cardboard. It cost you maybe $15, $20 to get it printed. Wow, that's beautiful. Thank you. Oh, hey. It's the shrieking fucking fascist. It's the witch from Left 4 Dead. Let's see what the witch from the Left 4 Dead video game series has to say. See what's going on after that. She did great in those games.
And we'll make sure they get their travel documents. Their
Holy shit, her face fucking fell off. Someone catch it. Holy shit, it's real.
Visas that they want to come here and spend their money and enjoy the sporting event. It'll be the largest event in the world. And sir, you're
wow. So we're gonna make this. And he has to sit there and take it, dude. He has to sit there and take it. Well, because he wants this to be an advertisement, and like they don't miss a beat to interject bigotry and hatred into everything they say. So she makes this about, visas and shit, like more scaremongering. Like, you better follow the law. You better make sure you follow everything to the T. I'm going to check your fucking papers at the door, bitch. And I'm not just going to send you back to your home country. I'm going to kidnap you. I'm going to dump you in alligator Alcatraz. Okay, you're going to learn to eat flies for weeks. I'm going to abandon you for weeks. And then I'm going to dump you in a different country. Look what they're doing to Abrego Garcia.
Business,
we're going to get to that.
100%.
Christy, would you like to say something?
Yeah, Mr. President, millions of people will come to this country, and we'll make sure they get their travel documents, their visas, that they want to come here and spend their money and enjoy the sporting event.
It'll be the largest event. God, he's got to stand there and take all this, dude. The punishment, the cuckery, the absolute cuckery, dude. Holy shit, make it stop. Turn this pornography off.
In the world, and sir, you're reminding me of something that my dad used to say all the time when I was growing up.
Please shut up. Please shut up. Please shut up. Please. That's what he's screaming in his head.
He would say, Christy, you kids need to look like you respect yourself before anybody's going to respect you. And in this country, when people look at our streets, when they look at our capital, you're bringing respect back to this city. And people will respect our country more because it's safe.
They definitely
it's clean,
respect police states, right?
And
they
what
have
you're
lots
doing
of
is
respect for
transforming
Russia,
this nation by making sure that our laws are upheld. And millions of people are going to come and be able to enjoy it next year, and I'm excited about that. Thank you for doing that.
Well, our country is respected.
No, those aren't eyebrows. Those are the bristles that come attached to the brush, so that when you're scrubbing the toilet bowl, it like gets the shit off the side, right? It's a very good tool. It's a very good, useful tool.
Again. And a year ago, we had a dead country. I'm telling you, it was a dead country. It was a country that had lost its way.
Holy
it was a country
shit.
that was going to.
Holy shit. Then this fucking screwball dumbass, look at this guy. He has to stand there for 30 more minutes of Trump straight, stone cold rambling. Whoa, dude. Man, he makes the flagellation, okay? The humiliation that he makes these people go through. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is the Putin. This is a really good moment. Okay, I won't ruin it. Let's just watch it live. The Putin picture here. Watch this. This happened live, dude. Cannot make this shit up. Watch this.
Would you like to explain that, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a process set up that we'll be implementing on getting visas approved. Everybody will be thoroughly vetted, but enjoy this. Around the
America,
States is excited to bring their family here to enjoy this event.
Okay, yeah, whatever.
America welcomes the world.
Whatever,
Yes.
whatever,
I can
bitch.
really, from the collaboration that we
Yeah,
have,
whatever, bitch.
testify for that. Absolutely.
I want to. I'm a
And I
show and
just sent a
tell.
picture from somebody that wants to be there very badly.
Yeah,
He's
let's
been very
let's make sure we get member of the family Vladimir Putin involved in this. They couldn't, Vladdy can't be here. He's too busy invading a country. It's not his fault. And it would never have happened if I was in charge. But let me just show you, family member Vladimir Putin. He is he's among us. He loves us.
respectful of me and of our country, but not so
Professional
respectful
hate
of
watcher.
others. But
Yeah.
he'll.
Oh, I hate it.
I'm going to sign this for him, but
The only thing that's missing is the smell, the rancid smell of a man urinating in a diaper.
we sent one, and I thought you'd all like
Here
to
we
see
go.
it. It's a man named Vladimir Putin, who I believe will be coming, depending
So
on what
nice.
happens.
Did you give him a little
He may be
kiss?
coming, and he may not.
Like you?
Depending on what
Oh, you
happens. We
got
have a
me.
lot of things
Wow.
happening over the
Fuck you, bitch.
next couple of weeks. So, but I thought it was a nice picture of him. Okay of me, but nice of him.
Oh, I'm drinking out of
So
feminine
that was
straw.
very
Does that
nice
trigger
that
you?
it was sent to me. Okay?
Wow. So then, okay. Wow. Thank you. Show and tell. Listen to the first question. Listen to the question immediately asked. Hold on. Let me crank it up.
Subject. Have you talked to Vladimir Putin about the fact that yesterday a big U.S. factory was hit in a Russian airstrike in Ukraine? What's your reaction?
So, what's your reaction to Vladimir Putin intentionally targeting and attacking an American factory in Ukraine after showing off the fucking. Can't make this shit up, man.
To
I
that?
told him
And
I'm not happy about it. And I'm not happy about anything having to do with that war. I said I settled not a
There
7
it is. Here it comes. Wouldn't it happen? Wouldn't it happen? Wouldn't it? Like, that's just, it's wildly irrelevant at this point what your fantasy is. Okay, Harry Potter. Can we get back to the fucking actual subject?
wars. And actually, if you think about pre-wars, add 3 more, so it would be 10. I thought
He's solved 10 wars, guys. He's did it. He fixed 10. Wow, amazing. It's amazing. He should actually have 2 Nobel Peace Prizes if you think about it.
this would be in the middle of the pack in terms of difficulty. No, I'm not happy about anything about that war. Nothing. Not happy at all. We'll see what happens. I think over
should
the
give him
next
some
2 weeks, we're going to find out
gold.
which way it's going to go. And
Yeah, no, it's
I
10,
better be very
20.
happy.
Actually, a very good call with Prime Minister Carney of Canada yesterday
do.
morning.
Yes.
Actually, Canada is.
So here we go. Okay, I want to hear what he has to say about this. Carney bent the knee. He's going to stop the retaliatory tariffs. It's the worst fucking move, right? It's a selfish move because he doesn't want to hurt his own economy more. It's the wrong fucking move. It's the wrong fucking move, man. But at the same time, he's in a rock and a hard place because he also doesn't want to be the guy that wrecked the steel industry, that wrecked the coal ash industry, or whatever the fuck it's called, coke, K-O-K-E or something like that. It's an essential thing used in smelting or something like that. Anyway, there's a bunch of little industries right now that are getting hit up. Not little, quite big, quite frankly. So he doesn't have much of a choice. But at the same time, of course, it's undeniably a win for Donald Trump. It's undeniably a win for Donald Trump and his ridiculous counterproductive tariff plan. Good thing we're about to blast into a fucking full-blown stagflation. We're technically in a recession already. They're fudging the numbers. They're hiding this shit. It's a recession. The AI bubble's holding everything together. The moment that shit pops, and it could be any fucking day, quite frankly, reality is going to come crashing down to earth here. So his tariff policy is not a success, but he gets to, for a couple more days, see, they're bending the knee. They love it. They're going to pay up. They're going to pay everything. $4 trillion is going to be great. $4 trillion.
taking away some retaliatory tariffs.
He's removing his tariffs, yeah.
Exactly.
He's removing his retaliatory tariffs, which I thought was nice. And we're going to have another call soon. Yeah, we had a very good call.
You're getting closer
Kiss the ring.
towards an
Well, I
agreement
like
on
him.
trade.
I like him.
Look, let me debase myself for a second here and just say something. If I was a world leader, thank God, right? I'm not. But if I was a world leader, I would also debase myself to Donald Trump if he would just make those tariffs go down to zero. I'll show up to his fucking office with a big fucking pearly white grin, give him a stupid fucking bauble, right? Give him you're the king of our precious oasis. Give him a crown, give him some fucking bauble or something. Thank you so much for lifting the tariffs, Emperor Trump. I'd do the same thing. Okay, because these tariffs hurt their economy. The smaller fry that you are, the more this shit hurts. Give him the Burger King crown. We gilded this crown of the Burgermeister crown. He's a king from an ancient land. I hate Burger King. No, McDonald's superior. McDonald's the best.
I'm fighting for the United States.
Give me the Ronald McDonald clown nose, please.
Canada and Mexico take a lot of our business over the years, over 25, 30 years, especially during the Biden years. They took a lot of our business, and it's basically all coming back into the United States now. Well, how does it...
Alexander, whatabouting doesn't just magically make the current problem disappear. You can what about Biden, because Biden's economy wasn't great either. It was objectively much better than Donald Trump's. But that's there's no point in arguing that with you. Fake news, whatever. That doesn't matter, right? But you can what about to the cows come home, but that doesn't change the objective reality that we're about to go into full-blown fucking stagflation here, buddy. The bond market's about to take a fucking diarrhea dump. Okay, and what about Biden? What about Biden is actually not going to stop that reality. So you might want to come up with a better one. What did South Park tell us? Don't feed the president. Is that the third episode? I haven't seen the third episode yet. I'm waiting for it to appear on the pirate websites.
Pistol, and it's coming back in because of tariffs and the incentives we give. It's coming back, and it's impossible, I think, for another country to stop it. And we are working on something. We want to be very good to Canada.
It's hard.
Because
the only way to retaliate is to hurt your own industry. You have to stab yourself to hurt Donald Trump in retaliatory tariffs. So, thank goodness, Canadian citizens are just not buying American. We're trying to avoid buying American products. It's really hurt the Kentucky whiskey industry. I don't know for how long though. Because if we're going to be, if Mark Carney's going to be normalizing this, people are just going to be like, well, fuck it. I guess we're just back to normal, I guess. And we're just going to suck up the 51st state rhetoric. Wow. Here we go. Right. A full defense of the fucking tariff regime. Fix its bring industry back. That's not what he's doing. He's not doing that. Joe Biden was actually trying to do that. Joe Biden was using targeted tariffs to help, bring back American industries, local American industries. That's not what Donald Trump is doing. Donald Trump is tariffing everybody and the goddamn penguins. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't. I'm not going to waste any more time. What's the motto of the stream, folks? What do we do with garbage? What do we do with feces? Okay, do we argue with feces? Do we argue with garbage? Right? Yeah, no, what do we do? That's what we do. That's how we're going to fix inflation, tariffs. Meanwhile, every economist worth their weight in fucking cotton candy will tell you that tariffs are almost inherently inflationary. So there we go. Bye-bye. Inflation's going up. Inflation's going up. Too bad. Oh, you want to play? You want to play Woke Patriot? I can bring him back, I think. Sorry, Woke Patriot. I know you wanted to play with this guy. Here, I got his name. Can I just unban? Do I just do this? Unban. Yeah, okay. Unban at Alexander. There you go. Have fun, Woke Patriot. Have one on me, buddy. I just wanted to troll the troll.
Carney,
I'll bring him back in the restream chat, too.
Good person. and we had a very good talk yesterday. So I think it'll be good.
Mr. President, I have a question about the search of Ambassador Bolton's home. The Vice President recently just did an interview saying that it's about classified documents, but that there's also broad concern about him. What are the concerns?
Well, I haven't spoken to Pam and the group yet, but I will be. I saw that just like everybody else. I try and stay out of that stuff. I'm allowed to be, and I'm chief law enforcement officer, believe it or not. You know, I don't like to go around saying that, but I am. That's the position.
Well, he hates bringing
but
that
I
up.
purposely don't want to really get involved in it. I'm not a fan of John Bolton. I thought he was a sleazebag, actually. And
he had nothing to do with it,
suffers
guys.
major Trump derangement syndrome, but so do a lot of people,
Trump
and they're not being
derangement syndrome,
affected
guys.
by anything we do. I don't know anything about it. I just saw
Well, they woke patriot. They don't think that. They don't think anything. They're just repeating what they were told. You know, he's just repeating shit. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know that tariffs are a tax. He doesn't really know what the fuck. He's just repeating shit that he heard.
that. I'll find out about it.
I think he's
But,
gone. I don't know. I unbanned
if
him. I
you
don't see him in the
believe
chat. But
news,
I've
which I
unbanned
do.
him and stuff.
I guess his house was
All right.
raided.
I've actually officially reached my limit, guys. That's it. That's as far as we go. All right. That's it. That's all I got. Admit it. You people want to see how far this goes, don't you? You do. Admit it, you sick fucks. Admit it, you sick fucks. You want to see how far this shit goes. Yeah, baby. I'm done feeling sorry for these fucking people, you know? I understand what you're talking about, because, like, I feel sorry for them on the level of, like, I feel sorry for my fellow, human being, right? But, I mean, these people are asking for it. They're asking for a big, wet slap in the face, right, of reality. And they're going to get it. It's too late. We lost. The left lost. Our last opportunity to stop this, we've lost. And now we're along for the fucking ride. We can do what we can to resist, to fight back. But we're not leading this. We're not leading this at all. That doesn't mean we don't have agency, but it does mean that there are things that are beyond our control and that we just need to roll with, right? All right, so I showed you that clip. Yep, showed you that clip. Yeah, okay, so he's just, talking about the gold. Gold. He loved it. And he says, you see the way it's that this is looking? I can't tell you how much that gold costs. A lot of money. This beautiful office needed it. It's ugly. It's so ugly. And we heard a rumor that it was gold paint. I'm going to go ahead and spread that rumor completely without any basis in fact. I'm just literally going to lie. Welcome to the new era of News Underground. Constant lies and gaslighting. It's gold paint. It's gold paint. Come on. That shit's gold paint. He's cheap-ass motherfucker. It's gold paint. Probably got the Secret Service to do it. I don't know. Look up on YouTube how to paint shit gold. I don't know. You do it. They fucking blew people up with them. Oh, Israel game? Yeah. I bet, yeah, those pagers. Wow, so clever, huh? I bet Trump keeps the skin peelings, too. I gotta have a collection to remember my victims. I saw this show called Dexter. It's really cool. Reminded me of my hero, Hannibal Lecter. Russia and Israel both know he's a diddler. Yeah, no, they do. They do. There's a lot of things that, they know and acknowledge behind closed doors. Matt Ford over here. Here's our Jeffrey Epstein update, by the way. I guess I have two. Yeah, I have two things. Matt Ford over here on Blue Sky with a funny one. I didn't have an inappropriate relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, and I knew nothing of his crimes. It's all right here in this redacted transcript of an interview my lawyer conducted with an alleged perjurer right before she was moved to a nicer prison. Case closed. Case closed. It's fake news. Oh, look, he released the documents. Like, it's just like I told you. I think I told you this last week. It's not like I'm a genius or anything, but It's obvious what they're doing, you know. And to the 2,000 employees by the FBI that are doing this, that went through these documents and redacted all the pedo evidence against Donald Trump, you know, you should be ashamed of yourself. It really is. You know, people say like, oh, conspiracies can't happen. Too many people would snitch. Too many people would snitch. There'd be whistleblowers. It's too big. We got 2,000 employees at the FBI, people that were hired well before Donald Trump came along, happily and quietly erasing evidence for a stone cold pedophile. There he is. Your mama's favorite FBI agent, head of FBI guy. They should be. I'm sure we're going to get a couple of them writing books and whistleblowing later. But you know, the best we're going to get is just, you know, oh well, we're doing this. You know, oh I follow orders. I follow orders. If my president tells me to cover up his sex crimes, I'm doing it. I'm a patriot. All right, you're a jackass. And a coward, right? Oh, I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to be a whistleblower. I don't want to be another Edward Snowden. Edward Snowden's a fucking hero. You're a bitch covering up for a pedophile, right? There's a difference. We need that shit now. My morals won't let me. So here you go. Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know, supposedly hero of the Palestinians. Don't make me fucking laugh. Right? TYT over here. Kyle Kulinski over here. Whoa, we got to give her credit. You know, who was it that said, it was Hassan that was, it might have been Vosh, actually, that was saying, MTG over here is speaking more I'm not sure, whichever one. They're the same. They're not the same, but you get it. Okay, anyway. But God, I'm so terrible at this. They were basically saying, one of them was basically saying that you know, the MTG is a louder voice on Palestine than the Democrats currently are. You know, she's speaking louder on Palestinian issues than Democrats do. So let's give her credit. No, look what she's doing. Getting right up in front to be a cheerleader for a kitty diddler. Just like my daddy. Oh, you know, boys will be boys. It's all right. My daddy said it was natural. Jazane Maxwell says, President Trump was never inappropriate with anyone, was a perfect gentleman in all respects. Exclamation point. Right? Case closed. We're done. Right? Like I said, doctor the documents. Like in plain fucking sight with everybody, dude. Like, you're like cheating at Monopoly in front of everybody. Like, can we get the bank away from this guy? He's like literally stuffing money in his pockets in front of us, and he's saying he's not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm $500. I'm not doing it. Ooh, that was nice. I'm going to take that. Ooh, nice property. I'm just swipe that. I'm not doing anything wrong. As stated in the article we showed and Woke Patriot followed up on the Discord, it's Calvin Ball. It's Calvin Ball, right? It's just they just make up the rules as they go along. This is how dictators and tyrants work. It's actually nothing new. You know, they usually are a little bit more clever about it. Like Vladimir Putin would have handled this a little bit differently, right? Things would have been more discreet. You know, podcasters would have been silenced much more quickly, et cetera, et cetera. It wouldn't have been so sloppy in the way that Donald Trump is doing it. But here's MTG, hero of the Palestinians, supposedly, getting out in front to cheerlead for a pedophile. No problem. No problem. No problem, guys. Wanted to show you more clips from your friends over at Zeteo. They're just badasses. Zeteo is just the coolest fucking place. And, you know, if I was a more professional news person, I might, you know, fantasize about working for them one day. But that's never going to happen. So I'm just going to pretend like I'm an outsider, that I have outsider credential, and that I don't want to work for these incredibly awesome journalists. Strange coincidence. Prem Thacker looks like Max Holloway. Strange coincidence. Okay. Some people in my chat are incredibly intelligent, and I have nothing to respond with because my head is filled with video games. Let's watch Zateo. They're amazing.
Zateo News reporting live from 14th and U Street in Washington, D.C. This was the site of a major protest amid reports of Donald Trump patrolling the city.
We don't want no fascists here! Fascists, go to hell!
You see about 5 or 6 police cars over here, about 5 or 6 on this side, 7 or 8 with 2 more tucked over there in this corner, and we have 4 police cars over here. That's about 20 or more police cars all in this area for about 50 or 60 protesters. Again, there were hundreds.
Oh, by the way, welcome to the south of from the south of Boston. It's your boy Lenny. Thank you so much, Lenny, for coming back. One of the most loyal members of the chat has to be your boy Lenny, always coming back. And Lenny is a man who has money, and he's got a good life, and he's he's set up. He doesn't need to spend his time here, but he does anyway because he's a real one. He's a real one. So thank you, Lenny, for supporting me. I do appreciate it. Right? He's no bum, okay? And I do appreciate that.
Earlier, 50-60 now. Kind of an interesting ratio of police to protesters at this point. I'm not sure what the resource distribution is, considering we're in a public safety crisis.
I've been a victim of crime by both criminals and cops. Trump wasn't out there rescuing me. This is only because one little white snowflake named Big Balls gets his ass killed. Why were 20 different cop cars here? They wanted to do the actual job. They'd be way downtown in District Heights. They're not going to go there.
You're awesome.
Because this is theater. It's theater at the expense of our freedom.
Yeah, nailed it. I mean, absolutely fucking nailed it, right? I mean, just right on the head, bing, 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 slamming that shingle right on the roof, dude. Absolutely nailed it. Okay? I want his ass kicked again, to be honest. That was always the plan. I don't know if that, it just worked out in their favor, right? I mean, like, I really want to know the actual story there because I almost guarantee you dude was running his mouth. Right. This whole idea like he was trying to get a prostitute or something. He was beat up. No. I almost guarantee you he's like at some fucking Waffle House or something. He's running his mouth. So it's got to be something like that. Because like, I'm big balls. I'm big balls. I'm the reason why your grandma can't get health care. Woo. Like he's like bragging about that shit. I almost guarantee it. Right. Doing a full Kyle Rittenhouse celebrity tour. Right. Yeah, I'm Doge. Everyone hates me. Yeah, I'm a celebrity. Almost guarantee it. And then people were like, oh, man, we're going to get this motherfucker. Big Balls was harassing a teenage girl and her male friend fought him. Yeah, I knew it. Running his fucking mouth. I knew it. What, trying to pick up a fucking underage girl, too? Yeah, gotta get him young. Woo, I'm Big Balls.
Out of DC now! ICE out of DC now!
Donald Trump has decided that he wants to exert his authoritarian control over DC. He has sent in boys from the alphabet agencies, the DEA, the ATF, HSI, ERO, all of these agencies that have specific functions within the U.S. government. First it's DC, next...
Dude's got a body cam, too, dude. He's not fucking playing, man. He's like, please don't have shitty opinions about Palestinians. All right, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's out here, representing human rights. I assume he believes Palestinians are also human rights. I'm not going to, there's lots of Jewish people that wear yarmulkes that believe in Palestinian rights. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on this. But dude's got the body cam and everything, dude.
Might be Baltimore, next might be New York, although he might have a hard time in New York. And it could be all across the country soon. So we're seeing people rise up and fight back.
He's right.
Because that's what we do as Americans.
Kids smoking.
I'm a veteran, and what's happening, this is fascism in action, right?
Yeah, I've seen this guy
putting the
before.
military on the street, that undermines the American people's confidence in our own military. It intimidates the American people.
He's got an Obama 2028 hat, you see? So it's like, we don't have to agree fully, right? That's a terrible idea. That's an absolutely atrocious idea. But we don't have to agree to join together in the streets and understand, like there's some base level stuff that we can agree on and just agree to disagree and let the voters decide. Because like the way to agree to disagree with somebody who's saying let's bring back the old neoliberal status quo is like, well, let's let the voters decide. And a good majority of these actual patriots who respect democracy be like, well, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. If the voters decide they want AOC over Obama, if they want Zoran over, over Cuomo, right? Who's, the neoliberal establishment, the Obama establishment is currently supporting right now in New York. People like him, unlike Republicans, would be okay. It's like, yeah, well, democracy is democracy. If that's where the voters want to go, that's where the voters want to go, right? So it doesn't matter. We don't have to agree on this shit. The only thing that matters, he's following the 3-step program to a T. He's following the 3-step program to a T. That's all I ask of folks. Participate in nonviolent, direct political action. It's your duty as a citizen at this point. It's either that or acquiesce to fascism. So he's following the 3-step program. We'll figure out the Obama shit later.
It gives me flashbacks of when I was in other countries in the Army after democracy had fallen.
I'll say that.
I think there's really good journalism kind of showing what's, the threats for people riding on mopeds, just people being disappeared. I've had people that I know that have been, very frightened for their safety just getting around the city. It's really hard to watch.
Jolly the Ginger, that's fucking awesome. Oh, that's great. These activists are here. These people are heroes. Absolutely. This is what following the 3-step program looks like. Looks like a lot of fun. It's dangerous. There's a bit of adventure to it, okay? Because, the authorities make it dangerous. You do have to take care of yourself. You do have to ask yourself, am I getting arrested tonight? Can I afford to do that? Might be Jolly the Good Ginger. Well, that's a good name regardless. Moving on from heroes, let's talk about some scumbags. The Pentagon fires intelligence agency chief after Iran attack assessment. So this is the guy that said, yeah, we didn't knock out Iran's nuclear capabilities. They moved the uranium. I mean, they messed up some very important facilities. Like, it's interesting how they're kind of diminishing their own accomplishments, the Trump administration, by embellishing them. Because if they just went hard on, okay, yeah, we didn't get the uranium this time. We knew the uranium wasn't there because we didn't want to shoot uranium up in the sky. This was a targeted strike. We know where they've put the uranium, but okay, we saw that opportunity. Okay, they've emptied out the uranium from these facilities and we knocked them out. These were deep mountain facilities that were basically obliterated. And that does set them back, and at the very least sends a very strong message that we're watching you very carefully, et cetera, et cetera. So they could have actually made this into a big PR coup and see, haters, you can actually push back on Iran, and the world doesn't end. It doesn't turn into a nuclear apocalypse, right? But no, they're not apocalypse. How did I say that? I said that all fucked up. But no. Of course, Donald Trump, he wants to say he wants them to say total obliteration, the word, because he likes that word. I heard that somewhere. I agree, but I agree with it. Give me nothing but everything I want to hear, and he didn't hear what he wanted to hear from this guy, so he's got to go. It's just another example of how tyrants work. Just another great example of that. Expect more of this. In fact, I have another story. Officials confirm that Lieutenant General Cruz, the head of the Pentagon's intelligence agency, has been removed. Oh, wait, no, this is the same guy. Oh, yeah, here. This purge is much deeper. Hegseth also fired the chief of U.S. Naval Reserves and the commander of Naval Special Warfare Command. Ron Flapowski, who gives Elon Musk $5 a month, says career professionals who lead crucial units throughout the military and key positions in DOJ are being replaced by hyper-partisan loyalists willing to put Trump over the Constitution. That's stone cold reality. That's a fact. Thank you, Ron. So he's got the fire tweets. Damn shame about giving Elon Musk money. I take it back. Hold on. Hit the fucking bricks. Hold on. This is a Blue Sky account. Ron Flabowski is giving Blue Sky $5 a month. That's amazing. Is that how it works? I don't know how that works over there. Thank you, Ron Flabowski, for not using Twitter. Moving on to the next story here. Just to give you an example of how corrupt, how you could be just an objective criminal. But as long as you're kissing the boots of Donald Trump, you can get the free pass. You can get in there. That is literally his only credential. Do you like me? Do you like me? Are you fair to me? AKA, do you kiss my boots? The Tina Peters that Trump is trying to help was prosecuted by GOP prosecutor, convicted by a GOP jury, and sentenced by a GOP judge. Quote, yes, you are a charlatan, and you cannot help but lie as easy as you breathe. These are the people that Donald Trump are assisting. I don't know the whole Tina Peters story, but it's been repeated several times. Trump sycophant, objective criminal, without a doubt, without a shred of a doubt, right? You know, obvious criminal. You know, bootlicking the president. Oh, let's give her a break.
Your reputation at this point is poor because of what you've done here and after. Your lies are well documented, and these convictions are serious. I'm convinced you would do it all over again if you could. You're as defiant as a defendant as this court has ever seen. There are many things in my mind that are crystal clear about this case.
And it's pretty easy to be defiant when you got the president, when the president has your back. And it's like, don't worry, Tina, I'll pardon you. Doesn't matter. They're being unfair. They did the same thing to me. We're on the same side. I'll help you out. It's the deep state.
You are no hero. You abused your position, and you're a charlatan who used and is still using your prior position in office to peddle a snake oil that's been proven to be junk time and time again. This is nonsense. Our system of government can't function when people in government think that somehow, some way, the power they've been...
Oh, wow. Okay. That's what she did, huh? You were just trying to find the truth, Tina. You were just trying to find those votes that I needed. You were doing everything you could for the MAGA. Thank you so much. You're a hard worker. I see. No, this is exactly the kind of guy that, or kind of person that Donald Trump wants on his team, willing to stick their neck out and take punishment, take some pain for the big guy. Donald Trump absolutely has your back. I mean, think about it. I, as a nobody, if the shoe was on the other foot and I was a nobody right winger, there's an opportunity for me to speak with Trump. I could worm my way up there if I kiss the right boots, right, and I say the right things. There's no path for me to speak to power on the left, right? There's a big glass wall. Nancy Pelosi never talking to me, and I really can't blame her. She's a haggard witch. But at the same time, he's more accessible. I think that's what I was trying to say. I don't know. I actually don't know where I was going with that. Let's finish this clip.
Given is absolute in all respects, and that's where you fell. You have no respect for the checks and balances of government. You have no respect for this court. You have no respect for law enforcement. At the end of the day, you cared about the jets, the podcasts, and the people fawning over you. You abdicated your position as a servant to the Constitution, and you chose you
I vote for
over
this
all
guy.
else. Yes, you are a charlatan, and you cannot help but lie as easy it is for you to breathe.
Whoa. How come we can't do this to Donald Trump? What was this impossible? Was this impossible to do to Donald Trump? Before he was a president, this is kind of how his court cases would go, I would assume. Yeah, no, you lied on the document. Your building is not that big. Well, it is big if you think about the value of the Trump name, and then it kind of increases the size. Yeah, Judge was great. So here's some good news. Missouri town shuts down secretive AI data center. So, the oligarchs are trying to build a big fuck-off AI data center. It's going to guzzle all the water, suck up all the energy. Just a big, why? So you can type into Chat GPT, make me Sydney Sweeney, but 4 times the boob size. And you fucking suck up some more Missourian water. Someone's trying to take a shower. It's like, goddamn Sydney Sweeney. Trying to take a shower.
That's against us. Please stand up for the next minute.
Nice. No nice old ladies. See as they come. Well, Donald Trump's best buddies.
I'm in St. Charles, Missouri, where developers behind Project Cumulus, a controversial AI data center, just pulled their application after intense community opposition.
We decided to withdraw it from public consideration tonight to be able to strengthen the communication that we have with this council and with this public about what we are trying to do. And we think if we get that information out, it will benefit this process because there are significant...
Well, this is a welcome step. Residents are concerned that the big tech company behind the project, who still remain anonymous because of an NDA, will simply have their developers resubmit a plan in the coming months in the hopes that public attention will simply fade away.
I just asked ChatGPT if it could make me what I asked for, and it said, I can't create or manipulate images in that way. I bet if I asked Grok to do that shit, it would. I'm not gonna reactivate my Twitter account or whatever to do this, but if someone has Twitter, could you please ask Grok to make a picture of Sydney Sweeney, but with 4 times the boob size, please? I thought this was fucking America, dude. What the fuck, dude? This is disgusting.
Down. Now it's
I could go on, you know, the Pinterest and, you know, and find myself an artist to do that. This isn't America anymore, dude. This fucking sucks.
gotta go all the way back through again because you're gonna come right back. That's the only reason. You knew you was gonna lose the vote tonight. You knew you was gonna lose the vote tonight.
I hope we made a few things clear over the past few weeks. We do not, in any way, shape, or form, want a data center built in St. Charles City. Non-disclosure agreements are unacceptable to us.
You do want the data center.
We have the right to know what's going on in our community.
No,
we need full transparency.
The risk to our water is undeniable.
Alert.
This is not an economic development. This is a public safety risk. Protecting our water and our neighborhoods must take priority over an industrial experiment.
This is yet another rejection of big tech secretly trying to come into a community, threatening its water and electricity rates. The developers working on behalf of some secret tech giant will come back with a new proposal, but the community backlash undoubtedly halted this initial effort.
That's interesting, hydrogen.
We are a formidable community.
Because like it's literally just a resource destroyer. It's like Dan Halen's hair dryer, if anyone's watched Squidbillies, right? But it's just literally just gobbles resources. It just eats electricity, gobbles up water, and like all you get out of it is like, you know, you don't get anything out of it. Some multi-billion-dollar company gets to fire their secretary, right? Because they think it's going to replace her, but it actually can't. It actually can't do shit. It can't even make you a picture of Sydney Sweeney with 4 times the boob size. It's ridiculous. It's not going to replace Christy at the front desk. Can't even make me porno. It's ridiculous.
We have no problem taking on the still unnamed multi-billion-dollar corporation that refuses to answer our questions.
Hey, local organizer, look at that. Steps 1, 2, and 3 taken to the absolute. He's hitting step 4. That's the hidden step. That's where you break through as a political activist and become an organizer. That's the hidden step, step 4. Simply Steve, okay, you have no imagination, man. I want to swim on an ocean of breast. Anyway, this is he's actually breaking through. He's going Super Saiyan, basically, quite frankly. This hero. He's broken through the 3-step program. He's hit level 4. Okay, he might hit level 5 if we're not careful. That's full-blown politician lawmaker. They already polluted the shit out of the city with urban natural gas drilling. Oh, fracking? Come on, man. I like it when my water tastes like copper. BRB, gonna go draw a picture of Sydney Sweeney. No problem, Lenny. I tried getting ChatGPT to make me a video of ICE offenders and mass kidnapping Jesus. Rejected it. Pussy ass shit, dude. Doesn't even work. I got news that this bubble is real and this bubble is popping. Anyway, back to this absolute fucking hero.
To return, we the good people of St. Charles, Missouri, will be waiting.
Level 5 is politician lawmaker. Yeah. Super omega super quantum computer machine. It will require 65% of the world's energy. We won't actually know if it does anything, but the potential of it, maybe in the next 2 to 6 years, will warrant investment equal to the entire GDP of the EU. They'll just have to keep making, just to like prop up the economy. I wonder if that's what was happening during that scenario that Douglas Adams wrote about. They tried to find the answer to 42, the answer to the question of like, what is the universe or whatever? And it spit out 42, What is the meaning of life? And it's like, all right, I got to calculate for the next 3 bazillion years. So like, did the computer just like prop up the economy? I don't think so. I think they just like literally set it and forget it. Make sure you read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, folks. It's essential. Thank you, baby. Appreciate it. Ooh, I got a PB&J from my baby. Yeah, no, look, when she makes food for the kid, she just needs to make the other food for me. It's the same food. I eat children's food. Waiting for Sam Altman to make the switch to grifting quantum computing. Yeah, he might pivot, right? I mean, it depends, because I think there is a lot of innovation. These LLMs can get a lot better. But I mean, the way that they're selling them now, the way that they're saying, you can replace your workforce 1-to-1, this is a human being. You can treat it like a human being, train it like a human being, right? It's a complete fabrication. Apparently it's totally a lie. And that's what I'm seeing. I wanted to highlight this Fortune article here. China's economic data is famously unreliable and could be a warning if Trump meddles with the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So I don't have time to read it. I did skim through it. I got through most of it here. And it's basically just how, it just talks about the objective fact that China doesn't give us they don't tell the world honest numbers. They're constantly gaming the numbers, changing the numbers, reconfiguring things. That number's too high. Let me cut out this demographic, cut out that demographic. Oh, that number's a lot better. It's like, that's not how any of this is supposed to work. You're supposed to you want to have the most accurate numbers about your economy so that you know how to make decisions business-wise. Tisriel, good guy Dari, it's good to see the OGs showing up. Thank you for coming back. But basically what this article gets into is, hey, that is, it's actually not good. It's not good for the economy. It's not good for China's economy. And if we replicate that, which is what Trump is starting to do, right? Trump is starting to become straight communist in many ways over here, buying 10% of Intel. But it's not good. It doesn't work. It doesn't work out in the long run. People lose confidence. The main reason why is that people lose confidence in your market. They lose confidence in what you're saying. And you think you're going to lie, and you think investment's going to go one way, and it dramatically goes in another. And that's, and eventually you can only lie about this stuff for so long before, the music stops, as said in Margin Call, right? I don't hear a single thing, right? You can only lie about this shit for so long, right? The music does eventually stop. Over to the next article. I put the Fortune article in the chat if you want to read it. Over to this next one here. Judge blocks Trump's plan to withhold billions in federal funding from Los Angeles and other sanctuary cities. So I didn't read this one. I just read the headline here. Here's the full article, of course, if you want to. But I'm just waiting and seeing, because it's like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, like they're just going to let a single judge stop them. So far, they really haven't allowed that to happen. So I will be following up on this. This will come across my radar again. Will this actually stop? Probably not. Probably not. Ruling blocks administration's attempt to tie immigration policy to local funding. They'll just break the law, right? They'll just break the law if they have to. Welcome back, Blue Brother. Good to see you. If it does stop them, this will be the most powerful judge in America. Yeah. So I will follow up with it. We'll see. Maybe this guy will be in Alligator Alcatraz. The judge will, a couple days. So, I mean, this really is tragedy. This really is something else. Like, this is, like I said, this is, of course, not as tragic as people losing their lives, which is happening right now and will continue to happen under Donald Trump. But this is definitely truly tragic. So a wind farm, massive wind farm, massive $4 billion wind farm that was just about ready to get rolling, couple months away from starting, is being cut. They're going to dismantle it. Stop. No, because of Donald Trump's superstitions, stupidity. He can never be wrong. Loves oil. You know, his oil buddies are corrupt pedophiles just like he is. You know, he doesn't know any corrupt pedophiles in the wind industry. You know, all of his corrupt pedophile friends, they're all oil barons, right? Named his son fucking Baron. So he's using his immense power. Somehow he has control over this, and he's using his immense power to dismantle and destroy this wind farm that was literally about to get rolling. You know, literally, like, this is not even like, they haven't even broke, you know, the shovel hasn't even broken the dirt. This was like a few months away from hitting the on switch, and they're just going to completely fuck it up. According to New York Times, the Trump administration on Friday ordered that all construction stop on Revolution Wind, a $4 billion wind farm off the coast of Rhode Island that is already mostly built. Yeah, long leg for sure. Matthew Giacana, the acting director of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, issued a letter on Friday to Ørsted, the Danish company building the wind farm, ordering it to, quote unquote, halt all ongoing activities because of unspecified issues. According to the person who posted this is insane. This is Republicans against Trump who give Elon Musk $5 a month. So, good picture of Trump there. Elon Musk and his social, on to the next story. Elon Musk and his social media firm X, this is the Elon Musk section, I believe. Yep. Hold on, let me get my proper Elon Musk section. There we go. Just to let you know that we are talking about Elon Musk, of course. Elon Musk and his social media firm X have reached a tentative settlement with former employees who have sued for $500 million in severance pay. So these were the Twitter employees that were wrongfully terminated, right? He sent out a letter saying, you either take this severance or you get kicked out of here. I'm a fucking Gestapo, Twitter. I do whatever I want. I'm big balls. So now he has to pay about $500 million, $500 million, 373 million pounds. So I assume this is not even in the U.S. These were UK employees. I'll read this article here. Billionaire Elon Musk and his social media firm X have reached a tentative settlement with former employees who have sued for $500 million in severance pay. The parties reported the deal in a court filing on Wednesday, jointly requesting the U.S. Appeals Court in San Francisco to postpone an upcoming hearing to allow time to settle the paperwork. So maybe it isn't just UK employees. Wonder why they give it pounds, maybe because this is a UK source. That's probably why this is a UK source. So this is the U.S. employees. Good to know. Some workers sued the company over their terminations and severance packages after some 6,000 staff, more than half its workforce, were sacked as part of the cost-cutting measure after Musk took over the company in 2022. Finger temple. Guaranteed asshole. You're doing this. Look, and if you do this, if you're a nice guy and you're doing this, you got to stop. Okay, it's now a bad habit. It's like eating your fingernails on camera. Okay, it's a bad habit. Don't do the finger temples. Only dickheads. Okay. They've ruined it. So I just wanted to show you what the latest version of full self-driving has been up to. You know, this revolutionary product that Elon Musk is, you know, he's going to change the world. The robo-taxis, you can turn your own car into a robo-taxi. You know, you got the car work for itself, you know, pay for itself. You know, it's all camera only, no LiDAR, because LiDAR's ugly. We got to use minimalism. So we use AI, which we all know is actually AI. It's not just a very, very smart script. It's a thinking creature. It's a thinking thing inside your vehicle, right? It's very smart. So here's what's going on as of late with full self-driving. This is the latest version on the latest model Tesla. This is full self-driving hugging the left. Brand new Model Y Juniper, full self-driving unusable, dangerously hugs left line. Oh, don't worry, we'll fix that in an update. No biggie. No biggie. Just pull over and do literally a 45-minute update. Literally. Hope you got enough battery juice. Car then comes back home, grabs a 6-pack of beer, runs on. Oh, yeah, it drinks it. You know, it's just like the Back to the Future 2 car. Destroy all robots. That's a fun video game. Watches TV for 2 hours before going into sleep mode. It's a big fan of the Big Bang Theory, right? Because it's just like Elon Musk. Here's some more examples of full self-driving trying to kill people. This will get somebody killed. It's already gotten dozens of people killed. This new alliteration will 100% get people killed. Here's more examples. This just came out, I think, a couple days ago. This is hot off the presses. Like Shake Weight from South Park. God. Oh, man. That was devastating. The Shake Weight episode was devastating. So here you go. No problem. Full self-driving in the middle of the fucking lane, guys. Cool, bro. Cool. Whole way. Whole way, baby. You got the whole road to yourself. You got the whole road to yourself, my friend. No problems. We're just cruising along. No biggie. No biggie. Let's let these things autonomously drive on our streets, by the way. Let's make sure we do that. All right. It's like it's using the yellow line like a rail. Like it's staying on the yellow line because, like, you know what? It's interesting because they do use lines and stuff like the early prototypes. Remember when they introduced the robotaxi at the big flashy event a couple years ago? Those dorky ass pods that were driving around, they had hidden painted lines that they had to follow. Those little taxis that they used in the demonstration. So that's kind of very similar behavior, isn't it? It's like it's using the yellow line like it's a guiding line, and obviously it's not using it as a separation line. Just incredibly suicidal. If this was a person trying to get a license, like trying to pass a driving test, the instructor would have pulled over the car and told the person to stop driving. Okay, they'd be like, okay, please move over to the right. Please move over to the right. Okay, you're not moving over to the right. You need to stop moving. Stop driving. Stop driving. Stop the car, please. Stop the car, please. We're not. You're suicidally driving down the center of the street. We can't have this. We need to go back to the course and do some more practicing. You're not allowed to be on. I'm not going to allow you to drive on civilian streets with human beings. If you're going to continue to do this, I'll give you one more shot. Okay. Immediately gets back in the driver's seat, immediately drives back to the center. It just immediately follows okay, no, you're seriously like something's wrong with you. You're not allowed to drive. So, this would literally fail 1 second into a driver's test, but somehow this is okay. This is somehow legal. This is legal. This is okay. This is okay for this billionaire to use human beings as guinea pigs for his little product that he thinks he's going to make trillions of dollars. And let's not forget, Elon Musk is likely to be the first trillionaire. He's just, because his wealth is so large, he's just been using, the usual money manipulation, multiplication techniques, to double, triple, quadruple it. So he's likely to be one of the first trillionaires. He might even beat fucking Jeff Bezos. Uh-oh, here comes female eunuchs rushing to the keyboard. There's been a hilarity in LA with these cars when they get pulled over by the police. There's no one to ticket. Just send the bill to Elon Musk so he can throw it in the trash. My buddy JD Vance is going to take care of this. Driving so you see me pull up with ice cold beers there on top of the yellow line. Chill out. Oh, cool. Now we're on the left side of the street. Wow. Awesome. Great job, Elon. Just hit that firmware update button. Come on. That's your own fault for not doing that. Wow. How about that at the end, huh? Not even using the yellow as a guiding line. Now we're in UK. I guess we crossed over. I guess we crossed the pond into France, guys. Elon, take the wheel. Oh! You guys are funny as hell, dude. If I was a funny comedian, I would just hang out in my chat taking notes because you guys are hilarious. I'm not even joking. There was one who got some kind of loop and wouldn't stop and let the passenger exit. I think I saw that one. The person was complaining about being nauseous and sick, right? Like, guys, I'm getting fucking nauseous here. Circles, circles, circles. There was one which got into some kind of loop. Oh, yeah, okay, I already read that. My driving instructor. Okay, I already read all these things. You guys are hilarious. Thought I'd just give you one more example here. You know, these aren't isolated incidents. You know, this is happening all over the place. These vehicles are wildly unreliable. They're ugly, generic looking, big ass fucking computer screen instead of buttons. It's terrible. They're treated like Apple products, and the company doesn't support them after a certain amount of time. You still see, there's a reason why you still see fucking Saturns on the road, right? These old ass fucking cars from the 90s and even 80s, because you can buy spare parts. Companies still support them. They still make these spare parts. These fucking Teslas are like laptops. Oh yeah, we don't make that battery anymore. You're screwed. You got to turn in your fucking car and get a new one. Stop buying these things. Not only is the owner an unrepentant Nazi, they're shitty fucking cars. They treat you like shit. You know, oh, well, they fixed it. Oh, a panel flew off my Cybertruck and then they fixed it. Yeah, they fixed it because they don't want to get sued. But Elon Musk is working hard to make it impossible to sue him for any of this stuff. So he's going to get a bunch of people killed testing software for him. And he's going to be laughing all the way to the fucking bank. Like, you're a sucker. You're a sucker if you're buying a Tesla in 2024 after all this. Okay? I'll give you a break if you bought it before then, right? You didn't know. Nobody knew. He was in Iron Man, right? I don't know. It's the Iron Man guy. I'll buy his car. Okay? You're buying a car. You're buying this in 2024, 2025. You're a fuckwit. You're a fuckwit and you deserve ridicule. So here we go. Another example. Full self-driving.
This is on FSD.
Suicidally driving into oncoming.
I let it do it for a little while before I had to move it over, but it totally went into the wrong lane.
Tesla meets a Volvo on the road while driving the opposite lane. The Volvo driver sues Tesla for making him spill his meatballs as his car was flattening the Tesla. Spilled my dinner. More likely bath salts. Buying Tesla means supporting Nazis, 100%. You get a break. Look, if you bought your car and you still haven't sold it because, like, bro, I'm broke, I can't do that shit right now, I'll give you a fucking break, okay? All right? But no, if you're buying a Tesla in 2024, 2025, you're a fuckwit. You're a fuckwit, and, you know, some of them are, like, proud. Oh, I'm proud. Oh, yeah, I did it. Yeah, Sydney Sweeney's got great genes. Oh, yeah, Yeah, okay. Is that what it takes? Is that what it's going to take to get these fucking idiots to drive electric cars? Make it racist? Was that the trick? Right? We give you personal permission to say the N-word in our vehicles. Buy the Tesla. N-word approved. N-word pass in the glove box. Someone posted that they were scrolling, and this was kind of ironic that these two posts were right next to each other. I kind of agree, but it also tells us, like, this is what Peter Thiel is up to. It's secretly recording you. Oh no! Each car is a Jeffrey Epstein getting compromise on everybody. Hey, you want to see Ted Cruz screaming the N-word at his wife? Got the video. We're watching. We're watching. You better not even think it. You better not even think the N-word, dude. It's a disgusting word. So I'm okay. I'm okay that it's like, one part of me doesn't like how much power it has, but another part of me kind of gets a kick at how much power it has and like what it does, you know, just saying it, you know. It's like abracadabra, you know? It's like it's a word that has, like, power, you know? Good or evil, you know, good or evil. Right. Anyway, I should probably stop talking about the N-word. Okay. Obvious reasons why. Anyway, back to the Antichrist Transhumanist billionaire Peter Thiel is doing a 4-part lecture series on the Antichrist starting September 15th. Don't miss it. Don't miss it. Hey, the Antichrist is real and it's me. It's the little AI thing that I'm making. That's anti-God. Can we have a conversation about chipping you and euthanizing you? Like BioShock Infinite was just 3 hours of racist. Well, it was trying to say something. It was BioShock Infinite was trying to say something. It was pretty ham-fisted, though. What a fun game, but I don't know. It's interesting. I saw the Crow. Has anyone seen the Crobe cat? The Cobb cat, however the fuck you say his name, the Crobe cat video on BioShock Infinite. It was supposed to be this like sprawling, dynamic open world, and then the focus was seemingly shifted and turned into like a single player kind of funneled, single player linear experience. So it kind of had like an evolution of game design there, and the end result with BioShock Infinite, it's a little kind of scattershot, right? It doesn't have the kind of tight focus that BioShock 1 certainly had, and BioShock 2 had, especially. Not especially, but I think actually it's kind of underrated, BioShock 2. Hey, now, it's like, how's life in 1940s Nazi Germany? Well, the person that's going to be our new vice president, because, Trump is going to kick the bucket in a couple weeks. I'm predicting a couple weeks. J.D. Vance is going to be president. Peter Thiel is going to be vice president, and he's going to do a 4-part lecture series on the Antichrist. Don't worry, guys. This slimy lizard person who wants to chip you and euthanize you only has your best interests in mind. So don't worry about it one bit that this guy's going to be sitting right next to the seat of ultimate power in the world. I'm not exaggerating. The United States is still that powerful. Here we go. This is great. TikTok has overhauled its hate speech rules, banning users from calling IDF terrorists and narrowing its policy on supremacy from covering all racial supremacy to only white supremacy. The shift came just 15 days after the company hired Erica Mendel, former IDF agent, to basically be the censor. So TikTok is right-wing propaganda, and China is allowing TikTok to turn itself into this because it hurts America, right? Right-wing politics, right-wing propaganda. It's like it's acid, right? It eats away at the country. It's a great way to divide and conquer the country. Russia knows it. China knows it. And that's why China is allowing TikTok to turn itself into a right-wing cesspool, because it's hurting America. It really is that simple. Got another article to highlight here. We talked about this. I'm not smart enough to get it. I'm not going to read this whole thing here. We got our Elon over here. Sorry, Elon. Gotta go. Bye-bye. What are you punching? Why are you punching yourself type shit? Exactly. But this is really something else. I don't know when this bubble is going to pop, but I'm hearing a lot of like, this is a bubble, because like companies are aggressively, firing people and you're like, okay, AI, you're doing everything in AI again. Welcome back, Lenny. Right? You're doing everything AI. Welcome back, Nova Rider, by the way. Right? Oh, AI everything. Fire everybody and replace everybody with AIs. And then they just like they're starting to do things one-to-one, right? Okay, well now do the stuff that Kathy used to do. Okay, you're now Kathy. Do all her stuff. And AI's like, you have nice hair. You look really great. And I hallucinated 74% of the data that I'm using in this report that I made for you. People are realizing that it's useful for like very specific things. It's utterly useless for other things. Kids doing well. Wife's beautiful. I can't complain, though I still will. And so anyway, the headline here, an MIT report that 95, happy fucking birthday, my God, happy goddamn birthday. Happy motherfucking birthday, dude. I want a piece of that cake. Dox me and mail me a piece of your fucking birthday cake. I want to taste that cake, bitch. Happy birthday. Right-wingers are so easy to exploit. Point them at the target and they will bark at it infinitely. even if the target is literally painted on in front of them by you. I'm not going to undermine the dangerous nature of my enemy by fully agreeing with that. I see what you're saying, and yeah, no, a lot of right-wingers are dunces. But that it kind of diminishes how advanced modern propaganda is. It actually takes a lot of effort and money to fool these dum-dums into, consistently stabbing themselves in the chest, right? To consistently vote against their own self-interest. It actually is a very advanced, expensive propaganda apparatus that's keeping them in that state. Turn 20 if you feel fucking old. Hey, you need to shut the fuck up about turning 20 and feeling old, okay? Shut that shit right the fuck, okay? I got a birthday coming up in a couple fucking months, a couple weeks. I got a birthday coming up in a couple weeks. Guess what? 4-0. No, you know what? I'm not going to do the Price is Right. 4-0, bitch. 40 years young. I can still kick. I'm 40. I can kick. I can jump. Okay? I know what a landline is. So don't give me your I feel old at 20, dude. Okay, if this was Hocus Pocus, I would steal your fucking soul. All right, I want your youth. I'm going to drink your blood. I would do anything to be 20. Anyway, headline, an MIT report that 95% of AI pilots fail spooked investors, but it's the reason why these pilots fail that should make the C-suite anxious. I read through it until it blurred out here. I'll just give you a little bit of it here. It started, really the meat and potatoes started here. To me, one of the clearest signs that we're in a bubble, at least in terms of publicly traded AI stocks, is the extent to which investors are actively looking for reasons to bail. Take the supposed rationale for this week's sell-off, which were Altman's comments that he thought there were an AI bubble in venture-backed, privately held AI startups, and that MIT report, which found that 90% of AI pilots fail. Altman wasn't talking about the public companies that stock market investors have in their portfolios, but traders didn't care. They chose to only read the headlines and interpret Altman's remarks broadly. As for the MIT report, the market chose to read it as an indictment of AI as a whole and head for the exits, even though that's not exactly what the research said, and we'll see it in a moment. And really, honestly, Altman really only has himself to blame here. All these AI guys, they're like, oh, it's literally going to end humanity. Either we're going to get fabulously rich and no one's going to have to work again, and it's going to, the whole world's going to turn into a utopia, or it's going to be we're literally destroying ourselves, and this is the apocalypse. Like everything is going to fucking employment's going to skyrocket. No one's going to be happy ever again. Yeah, where's Lenny? Bunch of youngins on Twitch. It's ridiculous. Soon enough, you're going to stop shitting with all the laxatives, stop sleeping with those sleeping pills. It's only roughly 40 years left until you're a good presidential candidate. I'm going to start exercising so I don't have to chemically alter myself to get to sleep because I have like sleep apnea. Use the free paywalls website. Oh yeah, archive.org. I use that all the time. I'm too lazy to do it for that article, right? The basic gist of that is that the market is feeling skittish. The numbers are starting, and this isn't the only evidence that we've seen that that these companies implementing AI, the programmers are coming back and saying it's creating more work than actually helping. Writers are coming back and saying, legal people are coming back and saying it's literally hallucinating and making up cases. I can't use this to do my job as a person working in the legal profession, right? So it's actually being tested now, right? It's like in the real world. Okay, we fired Kathy. We had it. We had her ceremony. Had goodbye. Sorry, getting replaced by a robot. Okay, day one with the robot, and it's like I don't know what I'm doing. Ha 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 ha. You were sold a bag of goods. I'm barely useful. You need to babysit me with everything that I do, or else I'm gonna fuck up. I'm completely fragile. So really, Sam Altman and the rest of these fucking people only have themselves to blame because they've been selling us a bag of goods. They've been saying this is it, and they might be right. It might eventually be it. But, kind of similar to the .com era where it was like, okay, yeah, these websites aren't it. Like maybe Amazon's okay, but pets.com, nah, man. Shipping's ridiculous. Back in the day, there, before PayPal, buying shit on a website, you'd have to print. Imagine this: use your goddamn HP BubbleJet printer to print out a fucking form. This is like early days of PDFs, by the way. So it's probably not a PDF. It's probably a Word file. Okay, so hope you got Microsoft Office, because good luck finding Open Office. You don't know what that is because you just bought your computer at CompuServe. You just got the internet 5 seconds ago. You have no idea what an Open Office is. So now you think you got to buy Microsoft Office. So anyway, you buy Microsoft Office, you download your Word document, you print your fucking form off on your HP BubbleJet printer. You fill out the form with the product that you see on the website, on the internet, and then you mail that shit in like you just bought something from a catalog. That was the early .com era, right? But what were they saying when all this shit was happening? Revolution, most amazing thing ever. They were correct, but they were correct 15 years ago, 15 years from then, right? So that's what we might be seeing here. They're like, yeah, once we get this shit figured out, it's going to be nuts. Right now, it's still kind of sketchy. It's really amazing. You can ask it sometimes. It'll be the smartest thing in the world. You ask it another question, and it's like, I don't know. I was asking it questions about Nintendo games, and it was just making shit up about who developed Nintendo games. I'm like, why are you making this stuff up? It's like, sorry, I'm insane. I literally hallucinate. You can't trust anything that I say. Make sure you don't do that, but also buy my product. So anyway, here's some more information from Navarra Media here covering this meeting that Sam Altman, like the article explains. Sam Altman didn't specifically say that the entirety of AI is in a bubble. He's saying these companies that are basically wrappers for AI. They basically lease ChatGPT. They build software that uses ChatGPT. Okay, and then they sell that software to companies. They're like, oh, well, we've programmed our licensed version of ChatGPT to be a specialist in the legal industry. Okay, and we're selling you now this application that you can replace your legal clerk with. Doesn't work though. Doesn't work as advertised. It's, they're selling they're like, oh, it's like having a PhD, at the touch of your hands, right? It's like having the smartest person ever. And then they buy it and implement that shit, and it's a fucking hill of beans, dude. It ain't what they're selling you. And the numbers are starting to come back. People are spending unbelievable amounts of money. They're doing hiring freezes. They're firing incredible amounts of people. Now they're looking at, okay, do we start rehiring? Do we start pivoting away from AI? So this is all natural stuff. What's frightening is that Donald Trump's insane economy that should be going kittywampus, that should be going ass over tea kettle right now, is being propped up by the obscene, okay, dozens of kingdoms of pharaohs are spent on a single day, okay? Their entire empire of gold, pyramids of gold are spent at the altar of AI right now. And it is legitimately propping up this albatross that is the U.S. economy. It's very likely the stuff that I've talked about with bonds, the scary stuff with bonds. It's very likely that we'll see those radical bond sell-offs once it's considered official that the AI bubble has popped. Okay. Watch Jim Cramer. Whatever Jim Cramer is saying, right? If he's like, oh, people are saying the AI bubble is gonna, this is a bubble, and that the AI bubble is gonna pop. There's no bubble. I don't see any bubble. Bye. The moment Jim Cramer does that, okay, that's okay. Watch out. We're done. We're screwed. Okay, that's the bubble right there popping. Right there is the sound of Jim Cramer telling you to buy. That's the sound of a bubble popping. So watch the idiot's bellwether, Jim Cramer, to know when this shit's gonna happen. The guy's like a fucking Swami, okay? The guy's like a fucking, whatever his prediction is, the exact opposite happens. Sometimes catastrophically. It's hilarious. Hill of beans, does it come on toast? It's delicious, and yes, it does.
Expenditure on artificial intelligence infrastructure currently makes up
gold, exactly. For those who don't know, when gold goes up, that means people who are in the know are very, very concerned that all their other investments are going to become extremely unstable. They're going to lose money. So they put their money in a store of value that is the most safe, the most stable, right? For obvious reasons, gold is.
1.2% of US GDP, and that's a proportion of expenditure on one single technology, which is pretty much...
This guy is so unbelievably sexy. It drives me fucking crazy. Look at this handsome son of a bitch. And you know what? He's really smart and clever and funny, too. Makes me want to puke. Gold is a good indicator. Yeah, that we're in some shit. Because it's usually stable and boring. When gold starts, like, doing this, then, like, okay, yeah, something's really nasty. You could kind of consider the gold to be the waves in the water, the waves in the ocean, right? As things get more unstable, you're like, okay, there's a storm a-coming. Anyway, back to this sexy beast.
Much unheard of since the railroad boom in the late 19th century. It's not normal, and to a large extent, it's being driven by just the four biggest tech firms, or the four biggest tech firms who are investing in this. So Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and Meta invested $100 billion in capital in the past 3 months. So just 3 months. That's triple the amount they spent in 3 months, 2 years earlier. So this is just a huge boom. It's this spending which, in fact, is keeping the US economy growing despite Trump's tariffs. So everyone has sort of been saying, how is it the case that Trump has this terrible economic policy, but the United States just keeps on growing? Well, one theory, which is borne out in the growth statistics, is that it's just because so much money is going into data centers, and that has a bit of a multiplier effect because people have to be employed to build those. That all means it's an interesting time for the world's most prominent AI CEO to say this. So late last week, Sam Altman had a dinner with various journalists. It was on the record, and The Verge published this quote. So Sam Altman said, "When bubbles happen, smart people get overexcited about a kernel of truth. If you look at most of the bubbles in history, like the tech bubble, there was a real thing. Tech was really important. The internet was a really big deal. People got overexcited. Are we in a phase where investors as a whole are overexcited about AI? My opinion is yes. Is AI the most important thing to happen in a very long time? My opinion is also yes." So that was Sam Altman saying, we are in a bubble and investors are overexcited. He said elsewhere that he thinks some people will probably lose a lot of money. And that warning from Sam Altman appears to have had an effect on the market. So Fortune.com reported that US tech stocks had slid following Altman's warnings of a bubble. And they also sort of highlighted a skeptical study from MIT. So this is from Fortune. NVIDIA, so that's the company that makes chips, fresh off becoming the world's first $4 trillion company, sank 3.5%, while Palantir slid nearly 10%. The sell-off appeared to be sparked in part by an MIT report that claimed 95% of companies investing in generative AI are seeing no returns, and was potentially deepened by earlier comments from OpenAI's Sam Altman suggesting investors may be caught in an AI bubble. Late last week, Altman drew a parallel between today's AI frenzy of the 1990s dot-com bubble, when internet company valuations spiked dramatically before crashing. And while the MIT study attributed failures to corporate learning gaps and flawed integration rather than actual AI model quality, the market reaction highlights growing concerns about AI's commercial viability. Helena, this is over sort of all the newspapers, all the financial newspapers, on sort of, Fox Business and everything this week, if you look on YouTube. People talking about the AI bubble finally popping. Do you think we're lined up for a crash?
I think so. I think that it's clear that there is a lot of venture capital going into an industry that has shown precious little real-world application in terms of actually being commercially viable so far. The issue, of course, is that in a world of Silicon Valley tech startups, everyone's looking for that new angel investment, right? Like all of the kind of really rich people that we've seen right now aren't people who've been at the forefront of innovation themselves. They've been angel investors who've been able to make money off other people's work by being in the right place at the right time. You look at Elon Musk and you look at the PayPal mafia, people like that, right? Like there's a real issue that we have when it comes to people wanting to be the angel investor on the next big thing. And in the tech world, the next big thing is how you be the person who owns the new thing that becomes private infrastructure.
Right.
As in part of the economy that everybody has to engage with.
Right.
Meaning,
I don't know, did they mention railroads somewhere in this? This might have been the one that mentioned railroads, but I think that's exactly where they want to. They want to be on that infrastructure level stuff. Like, you know, the guy that invented electricity was Tesla. Tesla invented, but it was Graham Bell who fucking, you know, made it, you know, sold it across America, right? He was the salesman.
that there is so many future returns because the whole society will depend on it. For example, you look at people like the Gary Vaynerchuks of this world who became angel investors in Facebook. Now, that's become part of the private infrastructure. Obviously, loads of people in society use it and engage with it, for example. That might go away, right? But other private companies have to rely on things like Facebook to be able to engage in the market at all, thereby making it a ubiquitous part of the tech landscape. And that's why the valuation of companies like Meta is so high. You are now part of the private infrastructure. Everybody has to engage with it. Look at
this is so great. Justice, you know, No Justice MTG. She's amazing. Make sure you're liking and subscribing. Okay, talk about a Twitch channel that kicks ass. Get over there to No Justice MTG, and also make sure you're liking and subscribing to Navarra Media. I still haven't hit subscribe quite yet, but I will be. I will be. Okay, this relationship will evolve. I will be clicking that button. They're all over my algorithm because I'm watching almost every video from them anyway. Actually, electricity was invented by Franklin. That's why the ladies loved him. Oh, was it? Okay, hold on. Yeah, hold on. Okay, you're right. Wait. Harvey Hubble. We're all wrong, all of us. Harvey Hubble was an American inventor, entrepreneur, and industrialist. His best-known inventions are the U.S. electrical plug and pull chain light socket. Is this right? Is this accurate? Hold on. So Michael Faraday, who invented electricity? Nikola Tesla. Google says it was Benjamin Franklin. So 5 years ago, Google was giving out a different answer. I like how Google is just the history. Like, we just like, that's what it is. Yeah, no one invented electricity. That shit's like, you know, it's a natural phenomenon. 1936, Mesopotamia. So maybe this guy, Wilhelm Koenig, found a small jar filled with asphalt. Okay. It was me. I did it. It was me. Thank you. Like and subscribe. It was me. I did it. I invented it. I created it for the betterment of mankind. Tesla invented alternating current, which won overall. Edison wanted direct current, which would have been extremely inefficient and dangerous, right? Because like direct current doesn't let you, give you the ability to let go, whereas alternating current is like a pulse. Like it would have like killed people. It like direct current, like you get a direct connection to the fucking power station or whatever. You're plugging in your hair dryer, you're plugging into your nuclear reactor or whatever you're plugged into. Just thought I'd show one Gavin Newsom tweet. He's keeping it up. I think this is the right move. We're in desperate times. Normally I would scoff at this kind of stupidity, especially from a, you know, corporate bootlicker like Gavin Newsom, right? Guy's incredibly corrupt, incredibly slimy. But desperate times, folks. We got to play the game. We got to play the game correctly. Where's AOC? Where's Bernie? Right? They just like, they did a little oligarchy tour, then they went back to fucking sleep. They're not taking the lead. This should be AOC. She's like, I thought she was really good at Twitter. Right? But it's not. Gavin Newsom has taken the reins. People love it. I wouldn't be surprised if I start seeing people satirically turn their trucks into Gavin Newsom trucks with Gavin Newsom flags, you know, start pointing fingers at people saying they got Gavin Newsom, you know, derangement syndrome. It works. It works. And watching the right wingers go, oh, this is embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself. It really is telling because it's like, it's just a one-to-one emulation of your dude. You're rapist in chief. You know, it literally is just holding up a mirror to this lunacy. That's what Gavin Newsom is doing. He's doing it quite well. So here's Aaron Rupar, who gives Elon Musk $5 a month, but he's got the banger tweets. He says, just showing what Kevin McCarthy said here. Kevin McCarthy, quote, "We have a governor who spends more time on this instead of trying to encourage Bed Bath & Beyond to move back to California." Whoa, dude, calm down. You're going to hurt him with that one. Take that, Gavin. Well, Gavin bounced back here. He also gives Elon Musk $5 a month. Gavin said, next, he's going to announce that Blockbuster wants to move back to California, too. Whoa, get him. Pretty stupid, right? But, well, these are stupid times. And you know how I talked about my ass beaters policy when it came to people who are proudly fascist, right? Sometimes you need to meet absurdity with absurdity to kind of, in a way, as I said before, like Gavin Newsom's in a way holding up a mirror to the absurdity of these fascists. You know how stupid and whiny and petty, you know, these people are. We do a little trolling. It's called trolling. Welcome back. Photos printed. Good to see you. Low observable goat. Good to see you. Bah. I'm the goat. Whole generation calling themselves goat. Meanwhile, they just masturbate and watch fucking cartoons all day. I'm the goat. I heard California was only bluffing. No. You talking about gerrymandering? No, it's up to the voters, but I think the voters are going to do it. If BB&B moved back to CA, it could go from fourth to third largest economy. BB&B moved back in CA. Oh, Bed Bath & Beyond. Who cares? Who cares? Their fucking products suck. The store was too expensive. It smelled like somewhat like a, you know, like your girlfriend's bathroom. Who cares? Bed Bath & Beyond's gone. Who cares, dude? Favorite streamer is definitely not Seth Rogen. I'm Seth Rogen's brother now. I might as well just go to brother. I was trying to say him cousin, but let's go ahead and do brother. Long lost brother. My mom said she had an affair with a guy that looked like Seth Rogen. Gavin isn't my favorite, but at least he's talking shit. That's what I'm saying, you're tubing. Funny thing is that if Trump wasn't rich, he would be no one's friend. No, exactly. I mean, there was a period where, you know, we weren't talking about Donald Trump because he was mired in all kinds of scandal, a bunch of bankruptcies. His whole empire was collapsing. He was given a lifeline with this goofy-ass TV show, and it was, you know, Trump's resurgence. He was able to turn that whole thing around, and, you know, it's simply off image, vibes. Bed Bath & Beyond gone. What happens to the people forever lost in the Beyond section? Well, it's kind of like when the Ghostbusters are shut down. You know, they just you know, carelessly abandon their alternate dimension where they were keeping thousands of ghosts, and they just kind of casually abandon it and say, well, good luck. That's how we do things now, okay? Robert F. Kennedy is the health secretary, okay? Go crazy. Eat dirt. Walk outside your front door, eat some dirt. I don't know anymore. I got nothing. The Beyond section is going to become the problem. Something's going to come out of there, dude. I love that joke. That Family Guy joke is one of the most clever ones that they've ever had. Even when people knew him because of his wealth, every single way he acts could turn you off. From anyone who didn't have a golden ticket. He screwed everybody that he interacted with. Anybody that did business with Donald Trump got boned. He was resurrected just like Jesus, folks. What saved Trump from laundering money for the Russians? I don't know, man. I don't know anymore. Okay, he's the most criminal motherfucker I've ever seen in my life. And, you know, he just keeps winning. It's just somebody, you know, Breaking Bad, like, you know, he can't keep getting away with this. All right. So this is bananas. Once again, there's no other word for it but absurd. Bigoted, dangerous? What kind of precedent are they trying to set here? Here's the headline. U.S. seeks to deport Kilmar Abrego Garcia to Uganda after he refused plea offer in his smuggling case. Oh, well, you don't want to play the game? Oh, yeah, we give you an olive leaf. Yeah, we give you a fig leaf. So whatever, we give you a leaf. Can we give this guy a leaf? We give you a leaf, and then you smack it away. Oh, okay. I'm going to dump your ass in Uganda with all the other Palestinians. Isn't that where we dumped them? We're dumping the Palestinians, Uganda. Where are we dumping the Palestinians? Malaysia. Mogadishu. Mogadishu. Are you swearing at me? You're fired. You're fired. Okay, people aren't allowed to swear at me. She just called me a Mogadishu. Okay? I'm not a Mogadishu. I'm Donald Trump. I'm shitting my pants right now. Hold on. Please be quiet. Please be quiet. Okay, I am done shitting my pants. I'm going to hit my Diet Coke button twice, which means please come change my diaper and also give me a Diet Coke. I'm the king of the world. I'm Donald Trump. I don't mean like just from a simply stone cold game theory. Yeah. Quagga-doo-doo? You just call me a quagga-doo-doo? No, sir. We're exiling the Palestinians to Mogadishu. You just call me a quagga-doo-doo? I could do this all day. Do we need to do politics, or should I just do my... I'm not even trying to do the Trump voice anymore. I'm just doing I don't know. I'm just doing generic gangster now. But anyway, back to this horrendous, embarrassing... fascistic, authoritarian, frightening example of this poor man, this poor goddamn man. This poor man. Right now, you're going to kick him in a country he wasn't even born in. Immigration officials said they intend to deport Kilmar Abrego Garcia to Uganda after he declined to offer to be sent to Costa Rica in exchange for remaining in jail and pleading guilty to human smuggling charges, according to Saturday's court filing. So interesting. I don't know what the game is here. I don't know what the play is. The Costa Rica offer came late Thursday after it was clear that Salvadorian national would likely be released from a Tennessee jail the following day. So he's from Salvador. Why Uganda? Are they going to hold him, or are they just going to drop him off? Abrego Garcia declined to extend his stay in jail and was released on Friday to await trial in Maryland with his family. Later that day, the Department of Homeland Security notified his attorneys that he would be deported to Uganda and should report to immigration authorities on Monday. What? But I'm going to the woods, man. I'm going to the woods. At least it's like American woods, and I know what's in there. I don't know what's in the woods in Uganda. Probably some shit that'll eat me, some tigers or shit. I don't know. I know what's in the American woods. There's like cats and bears. I'm just gonna go to the woods if you're Kilmar. I'm just going to the woods, man. I'm packing my bag. Here's my cell phone. You've never seen me. Literally. You're going to kidnap me and drop me off in Uganda? I don't even speak the language. His attorneys declined to comment on whether the plea offer has been formally rescinded. The brief they filed only said that Abrego Garcia had declined one part of the offer to remain in jail, and that his attorneys would communicate the government's proposal to Mr. Abrego. So they just want to indefinitely hold him, just Donald Trump's little secret. Yeah, Costa Rica is beautiful. I've been meaning to go to more places like that. But it's like, I also don't want to contribute to the massive exploitation of the tourism industry. So, I don't know. Maybe I just donate some money or something when I'm there. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know. Feed the poor. I'll do that. Filed along with the brief was a letter from the Costa Rican government stating that Abrego Garcia would be welcome to the country as a legal immigrant and wouldn't face possibility of detention. So they don't because he'll be walking around a free man, they don't want to send him to Costa Rica. They insist that this man be treated like a criminal, like fucking Hannibal Lecter over here, that he be stripped of all of his human rights, right? This is because they want to avoid admitting that what they're doing is wrong. This is wild stuff. I don't know. I don't know Woke Patriot or Lenny, but I've never seen anything like this in America. An additional benefit for the offer, additional benefit of the offer would be that Costa Rica is a Spanish-speaking country like Abrego Garcia's native El Salvador. Okay, so he could at least speak the language in Costa Rica. Abrego Garcia would only be deported to Costa Rica after serving a sentence on the smuggling charges, according to the brief. So there's no problem here. Fine. Let him serve out his ridiculous sentence. Go to Costa Rica, but like a normal prisoner, right? So you give him an ankle bracelet and then let him out. Wow. But he's standing firm. He has pleaded not guilty and has asked the judge to dismiss the case. He's fighting this shit, claiming that it is an attempt to punish him for challenging his deportation to El Salvador. The Saturday filing came as a supplement to that motion to dismiss, stating that the threat to deport him to Uganda is more proof that the prosecution is vindictive. Quote, despite having requested and received assurances from the government of Costa Rica that Mr. Abrego would be accepted there, within minutes of his release from pretrial custody, an ICE representative informed Mr. Abrego's consul that the government's intended to deport Mr. Abrego to Uganda and ordered him to report to ICE's Baltimore field office Monday morning, the brief says, referring to ICE, Immigration Customs Enforcement. Smuggling charges stem from a 2022 traffic stop in Tennessee for speeding? What? There were 9 passengers in the car, and officers discussed among themselves their suspicions of smuggling. Oh. So we got pulled over for doing five over, right? Doing 25 and a 20 or whatever. And because there were other dudes in the car, they're now bumping. This is all artificial. This is bullshit. You're a human smuggler because of this? However, Abrego Garcia was allowed to continue driving with only a warning. So how about that? Even the officer wasn't willing to stretch it out to a fucking human's. Oh, yeah, you got a bunch of illegal immigrants back there. They were probably on their way to a work site. Didn't even give him the speeding ticket, just gave him a warning, gave him a break. And they've turned that into a human smuggling. He's a human smuggler, human trafficking. This guy's the worst of the worst. Exactly what I told you. Look at that. It's just beyond pathetic. It's so incredibly embarrassing. The only thing that could really be that would make this even worse is letting it be forgotten. Okay. Letting this just be washed away, letting JD Vance and Palantir AI, edit our textbooks and we don't teach anybody any of this, and they successfully censor the internet so there's no sources of actual information anymore, right? That's what they want to do. They want to delete shit that is real. They want to delete facts and replace it with their own dogma. And they think they have the technology to do that. But that would be the worst thing about this is if they successfully get us to forget about this, they successfully get us to stop talking about this. This is horrendous. And if they get away with this, if they set a precedent that this is cool, boy, the fucking gloves are off. They can dump anybody anywhere. Uganda? How does that work? Federal officials have argued that Abrego Garcia can be deported because he came to the U.S. illegally and because a U.S. immigration judge deemed him eligible for expulsion in 2019, just not to his native El Salvador. So this just doesn't make any fucking sense at all. This is gobbledygook. We can do, because he came into this country, he has ceded all of his human rights. We are allowed to do whatever we want to this human being. We can kidnap them, dump them in a different country, harass them. But not to El Salvador, not to his actual country of origin. It's fascism, people. Okay. You gotta be kidding me. Tonight at 9 p.m., it's Abandoned Nihilism on the News Underground. NBC's hot new show next to Friends and ER. You got to be kidding me. What happened to the 9 people in the car? Abrego Kilmar Garcia smuggled them, sold them into slavery. Yeah. It's like a GTA mission, right? He was trying to collect as many of them from as many Home Depots as possible, and he just drove them directly into a meat packing plant. Got them all packed up, sent them to Uganda. Who cares? It's a funny word. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. I'm going to say it more. I'm going to say it 7 more times. Wasn't Uganda the do you know the way? Wasn't that also Uganda? ISIS targeting Home Depot. I saw in an article. Yeah, Home Depot, schools, hospitals, court hearings. You know, if the AI will tell them, oh, this guy has a court hearing scheduled for today. You know, hang around the court, and they send a couple racist douchebags to literally just hang around, and they look for, you know, there's a brown guy, there's a brown guy, and there's a brown guy. I just wanted to show this article real quick since we're talking about AI. Coinbase headline here: Coinbase CEO fired engineers who refused to use AI. He made this incredibly heavy-handed. You know, he basically told the engineers on a special meeting, if you don't use AI, you better tell me why. And if any engineer said, well, it's kind of useless and I don't find it that useful for me in my workflow, this dickhead just fired him right then and there. You fired. I love doing that. My dick is so hard. Oh, so you're a professional that's way smarter than I am? Yeah, well, you're fired. Oh, I get tingles every time I fire somebody. They enjoy doing it. You know, they put on a little song and dance, right? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's no choice. I had no choice. That's why I'm doing it eagerly and as soon as I possibly can, because I had no choice. Oh. No, they actually love doing it. They get a little kinky thrill out of it. They love it's why they're so obsessed with return to office. Of course, you know, the real estate, the local, you know, they want, you know, downtown businesses. They want the whole thing to come back. But beyond that, they're obsessed with our lives. They get a kinky thrill. Your boss gets a kinky thrill out of, I may have to make them come here. I have to make them drive. You know, I have to inconvenience them. You know, they have to form their whole lives around my company. You know, it's a kind of control over human beings that's intoxicating. It's never really talked about. I'm sure there's some movies and sci-fi and books that get into it, but I can't think of any. But it's real. It's real. Look, they're insulted. It doesn't matter that it's cheaper. It doesn't matter that it's more efficient. Work from home, right? Makes them more money, saves them money. Doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. I have no control over you. I don't have any, I don't know what you're doing. I can't look at you. I can't tell you where to go, tell you what to be. I can't walk by you and intimidate you just with my presence. It's a kinky little fucking thrill. You know. Yeah, I mean, the downtown real estate thing, you know, the real estate and the businesses. Yeah, I mean, that's a concern. It's the power. It's the power. And this Coinbase CEO kind of perfectly exemplifies what I'm talking about, right? He fired like thousands of engineers. Basically, you have to use AI. You have to, you know, include it in your workflow, you know. It's a disaster. Let's get some news out of the nightmare that is Gaza. I don't think I have any dead children lined up today to show you. Of course, they are being killed. But, did I spell that right? Is that N-I-G-H-T? Night, like nightmare. Yeah, okay. It's why they hate remote work, less control when you're not slumming away in the office when they can tell you how fucking great their weekend was. Yeah, I know. It's a power thing. It's real. It's real. They're little micro tyrants. The petite bourgeois, you know, as the commies say. They're real. Gaza's latest, Melania Trump urged to confront Netanyahu over Gaza children as dozens killed by Israeli strikes. I also heard Chicago is the next on the list to be militarized. It is. We're going to do Chicago next. I'm gonna send my ICE agents to paint over every Obama mural and replace it with Donald Trump. Gonna make the city beautiful again. I recommend malicious compliance. They'll notice that it's a bad idea when you do exactly what they tell you to do. No, that's true. Good guy, Dari. I guess that's what you're doing if you're smart, huh? So yeah, Melania Trump did some clumsy fumbling, oh, what about the kids, to Netanyahu. This is the same stupid bitch that wore the I don't care, do you really care fucking shirt, coat, whatever. It cost her $1 million or whatever. Thought we hate smart people around here. What the hell are you talking about, blase? We don't hate you. Oh. Turkey's first lady has urged Melania Trump to confront Benjamin Netanyahu over the need to protect children during times of war. I'm dumb as fuck. No, you're stupid fly, bro. It comes as medics inside Gaza say at least 33 Palestinians have been killed today. This was the 23rd of August. Oh, this is today. Here's an image of a panicked, starving child getting crushed by a crowd as they serve, the meager food that is allowed to drip into Gaza.
It is a famine. The Gaza.
Intentionally engineered
famine has been declared in Gaza City, where hundreds of thousands of people live. So what does that mean?
Yeah, Blue Brother, I mean, I think I agree with you, but also, how are they going to pay for this stuff? It costs tens of millions of dollars a day. If they're going to go across the entire nation, that's hundreds of millions of dollars a day to do an occupation that it's ludicrous. People aren't scared. It's comical. Oh yeah, okay. I mean, effectively, yeah, they're going to end small-time crime, people breaking into cars. But are they really? Because, I mean, they can't literally be everywhere at once. They're going to be a presence there, but those criminals are going to get more brazen and more clever. They're going to figure out, where they can still commit crimes and still do them. Anyway, it's not going to be effective is what I'm saying, but it's going to be incredibly expensive. He also mentioned regular military, meaning active duty federal troops. Oh, goody. Let's make sure we get them all armed up, too. Lots of weapons. That's really frightening.
Now, the declaration of famine has been made by the Integrated Food Security Phase
Hamas.
Classification.
That's Hamas.
Known as the IPC, and it's backed by agencies from around the world, including the United Nations.
Hamas.
The IPC says that the Gaza Governorate, which includes
Hamas.
Gaza City, is facing a level 5 famine. That is the highest level. And what it means is that at least 20% of households are facing a total lack of food or other basic needs. It also says that starvation, death and destitution are evident in this area. And it says that the mortality rate because of hunger is 2 people dying out of every 10,000 people in the population every day.
Jesus.
The IPC says that 500,000 people in Gaza now face catastrophic food shortages. The United Nations says this report offers irrefutable evidence of famine and says the situation has been worsened by some Israeli leaders using hunger as a weapon of war.
My ask, my plea, my demand to Prime Minister Netanyahu and anyone who can reach him. Enough.
The UN claims that aid convoys have been stopped.
Bibi might be able to slow down if his political situation wasn't so dire. He absolutely needs to ramp things up to keep the court from finishing its job. His political rivals right below him, the people that he's formed a coalition with, these extremists, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, they want the corruption case to proceed. So that, they get it going as soon as they can. They want Bibi out of the way, and they're gonna steer this genocide machine to its logical conclusion.
From reaching Gaza because of what it called systematic obstruction. The Israeli government says the absolute opposite. It denies there's a famine and says this report is based on flawed, biased evidence. It maintains that if there is hunger
Hamas,
in
dude.
Gaza, that's down to
Cool it with the
Hamas
anti-Semitic remarks.
stealing aid and exploiting hunger for political
That's
reasons.
a good point, Blase.
And
I
just
agree.
as this report comes out, Israel is making final
Putin's in too deep. He
preparations
can't just
for a
stop.
huge military operation to encircle and then take over Gaza City, a place that is now the focus of so much attention.
Free Gaza, free Palestine, 100%. Here's a video I can't show you. I needed to actually install a blur. Here we go. I can't show you this video. I'm sorry. This video is Israeli soldiers beating a Palestinian man for absolutely no reason. I don't know how old this is. This could be new. This could be old. This is another day. They're threatening him. You can still kind of see in the blur, so I need to turn that up a bit here. Kicking him over and over and over and over and over. This is just how Palestinians are treated in Israel. Telling the cameraman now to get out of here. People like this are often, they're beaten and then they're dragged away, taken to a rape dungeon where they are brutally raped. I know that because in Israeli media, they try to justify it as actually a good thing, that it's an effective tool to use against, people that they see as less than human, right? But yeah, I'll give you the link. Bibri, you knew I wouldn't lie to you. I'm not an anti-Semite. I actually am a staunch supporter of the two-state solution. I don't think we're ever going to get rid of Israel or ever correct the crimes of the creation of Israel, the Nakba. We can only set up, a two-state border. I would never lie to you about this stuff. I don't. The skin that I have in the game is human beings being killed. I don't give a shit about Zionism. I don't give a shit about Islam. I'm not a religious person. I don't give a shit about politicians. I don't give a shit, I think the Palestinian Authority is a corrupt group of time wasters and cowards. I think the Likud party, I believe is Bibi's party, is a group of psychopaths and corrupt bastards. Whatever party the Ben-Gvir and Smotrich are in, they're a bunch of bastards. Right? It's just the fact that people are getting killed. All right, so moving on to our next clip here. This one I can show you. I don't need to blur, but spoils of war, guys. Isn't this funny? This is great. This is good stuff. Here are some Israeli soldiers showing off some of the shit that they stole from Gazan citizens, Palestinian citizens, sorry. Here you go. Hey, wow, look at this cool rug. Right. Did you bring us from Gaza? What is it? Luxurious carpet. Oh, here, look at this. Ooh, nice shoes. Oh, yeah, that might have been, a Palestinian woman's wedding shoes, a keepsake. I'm sure, lots of women keep their wedding clothes in their closet, as a keepsake. So here you go, just some bastard who's going to explode the building anyway, digging through their possessions, Israeli soldiers keep posting footage of themselves looting Palestinian things in Gaza. Yeah, insult to injury. Expensive goods like watches and jewelry. Yeah, it's true. These people are actually not animals. They were human beings. They worked hard. They earned money, and especially in this environment, it's pretty difficult to earn anything. But they were entrepreneurial. They made money. They bought nice things for themselves. They're human beings. We all like to do this. There's nothing to be ashamed of. The only people that should be ashamed, of course, are the people that are pillaging them. Animals take only what they need, you know. That makes, you know, they're more animals.
No,
Look at these guys on look at these kid bikes. Wow, hilarious. You guys are so funny. Did you snipe the kids in the balls before you did that? Did you get them? The IDF has been specific. They actually, there's been reports now that the IDF will target specific body parts on certain days, like it's a fun game, right? So today's testicle day, today's leg day, today's arm day. And they indiscriminately shoot men, women, and children. So people like this, they line up a crosshair on a toddler and blow its fucking leg off. They do it every single day, and they get kudos from their commanders when they do it. Stealing some jewelry. There you go. Nice, bro. Good job. Give it to your wife, bro. Yeah, blasé indeed. Oh, right. Cool. Yeah, make it. So what's this? They, aside from looting, soldiers have also been eating the food left behind by fleeing Palestinians. Cool. Right. Awesome. I'm sure they would have loved to take that with them, but they probably couldn't in a full-blown panic. Every house we stayed in had olives that Palestinians make, which we tasted. They also have a great spicy sauce. They eat the food, man. They eat the food. They wear their jewelry, right? And then in the same sentence, they're like, "Puh, they're animals. Puh. They don't even take care of themselves. They shit all over themselves. They crawl around in the dirt like worms." Oh, nice necklace. I'll wear that. Nice lingerie. I'll wear your underwear. You're such a filthy animal. I'll wear your fucking underwear. I'm not going to say silver lining. But you know how I was talking about how we can't forget what's happening to Kilmar Abrego Garcia? Like, that's the ultimate victory for them. This is so well documented. They would have to blow up the sun, Israel, to get rid of the data. You know what I mean? People got this shit in cold storage. We're never going to forget this. It will never be forgotten, right? They'll be building condos in Gaza. You know, treating Palestinians like second-class citizens, you know, all that. We'll never forget. If that's any consolation, you tell me. Estimated 500,000 people are starving across Gaza. This is according to Al Jazeera.
Israel launched strikes on...
This is a report from MS Now, soon to be MS Now, MSNBC. We're getting rid of that shit. Fuck NBC. Fuck the Peacock. It's MS Now, bitch. Their anchors are going to flee. Their anchors are going to fucking run away from MS Now. As soon as those contracts are up, they're like, yeah, we out of here, dog. I'm going to go work for fucking Glenn Beck. Middle East latest, Israel calls up 60K reservists for Gaza City offensive. So I wanted to show actually just how Bibi Netanyahu operates. Okay. So here he is 1 day ago announcing he's calling up 60K reservists for a massive siege into Gaza City. Here's this story from NBC. Netanyahu, this was 1 day ago. Netanyahu says Israel will begin ceasefire negotiations. Oh. Isn't he sweet? He just wants to ceasefire. Meanwhile, here come the troops. Here come the troops needed for a massive siege. Oh, but he wants peace. Oh, he's going to do it, guys. Yeah, he's finishing the job. I've said this before. I'll say it again. the Israeli government, seemingly since its inception, has utilized peace negotiations, ceasefire negotiations, two-state solution negotiations as tools to buy time for their criminal enterprise of taking more Palestinian land. Syria too, I guess. I guess we're going for that one too. Settlers were just recently tried to, fucking set up camp. IDF had to kick them out. Yeah, another parallel here. Yeah, they weaponize these things. So I'm not going to waste your time by showing you these two videos, but this just gives you an example of how Bibi Netanyahu lies. I'd love a peace deal. I'd love a peace deal, I know, as he's lining up troops for another fucking invasion, knowing damn well what he's going to do with them. And then, of course, the peace talks are going to fail because it's Hamas's fault. I don't like Hamas, but the deals are filled with poison pills. No one in their right fucking mind, even I mean, honestly, I believe Hamas should just accept oblivion and should just completely disband, for the sake of the Palestinians. Wouldn't that be interesting? Like taking that chess piece right off the table for Bibi, because it benefits Bibi. The existence of Hamas benefits Bibi more than it does benefit Hamas. That's a fact. Right, he's so successfully used Hamas as a propaganda tool to further this accumulation of Palestine. Right, this invasion. So it would actually make sense for them to completely disband and just let the other resistance groups fill the void, because there are other resistance groups in Palestine. Right, it wouldn't actually stop the resistance if Hamas disbanded. These people know how to resist. They don't need Hamas to do that. But anyway, yeah, this is I don't know if this is the final phase, because we haven't set up the logistics train yet. The slave trade, the exile train, right? Are we dropping them off in Mogadishu, Africa somewhere, right? We're talking about 1.5+ million people. Okay, so we're talking about thousands of trips back and forth in a C-130. How are we doing this, right? Are we sending the IDF out to kidnap, round up people by the hundreds, force them at gunpoint into an airplane, and then dumping them off, in this African country? Like, we haven't reached that phase yet, but Ben-Gvir and Smotrich have a lot of ideas, and they can't wait to get started. I'm not sure if Bibi Netanyahu wants to go that far yet. I'm not sure. Seems like he does, but he's more worried about this siege, seemingly. I guess it's all in a matter of you got to get everyone out of the city, push everyone down south, and then you start that final phase of kidnapping people and then dumping them in a different country. So we're just not at that phase yet. So we're not at the final phase. Technically, we have 2 to 3 more phases before the complete elimination of all Palestinian presence in the Gaza Strip is accomplished. Question: didn't one of these governments create Hamas? Bibi Netanyahu was instrumental in Hamas securing power in the Gaza Strip, and he bragged about how he was instrumental in separating power, right? Dividing and conquering the Palestinians, dividing Gaza from the rest of Palestine, having them, letting them implement their own kooky government with Hamas. It absolutely benefited Bibi and Israel. Useful idiots. Hamas are absolutely useful idiots. So I'm not going to bore you with these two videos. Human suffering. Netanyahu's a liar. Like I said, northern Gaza is going to be dumped out into the southern part, and I guess we'll have to wait and see. Seemingly, it's obvious to me that once there's no more Palestinian presence in the north and everyone's been squeezed like a toothpaste tube into the south, we're going to start seeing the mass kidnappings, right, of Palestinian men, women, and children. They're going to have to cut the food off completely and be like, your only choice is to get on this fucking airplane. Literally, we got sandwiches on the airplane, but we're not giving you anything else. You either starve to death right now, or you get on the airplane and there's food, and we'll drop you off in a country and there's a refugee camp, when you get off the plane, etc., etc. Here, just once again, just to give you an example of what the Palestinians have been dealing with, this is how the Palestinians were treated decades ago. When these men were in their prime, this is what was happening to the Palestinians. This is decades ago. Just to give you a reminder of how long this has been going on. I'm convinced that the entire project from the very beginning was about erasing Palestine. The more I look into it, the more that it confirms that this pseudo-religious political project called Zionism, its goal from the very beginning was Palestinian erasure. With a greater goal of a greater Israel, right? It wasn't just like, haha, twirl the mustache, let's literally kill them all. But it was like, we need to get them off their land, and we're going to take all the land. If we have to kill them all, we'll kill them all. If we have to exile, that's great. There seems to be like an eternal debate between the extremists that are like, let's just gas them and nuke them, and more moderate characters like Bibi Netanyahu is like, well, we could probably just kidnap them and dump them in another country, right? We don't necessarily have to fucking kill everybody. But anyway, from the horse's mouth, these are the Israeli oppressors from decades ago telling you how they treated Palestinians. And yes, you're reading that correct. He says, of course we killed them. Trust me, this is going to be really wholesome stuff here from Grandpa. Grandpa IDF. Like you would a bug.
אני אספר לה שאני הייתי רוצח.
What would I tell my family?
בזמן קרב, אם מישהו הרים ידיים, משהו כזה. לא לקחתי שבויים.
כמה אתה חושב אנשים הרגת ככה?
לא ספרתי. לא יכול לדעת בחיי. הוא תפס אישה, חתיכה צעירה, נכנס לבית אחד, הכין חדר מיטות, מיטה, פרטה לזיין אותה. ילדה אמרה, אחד אנס שם איזה ילדה בת 16, משהו כזה. אתה מבין? אבל זה מכוער מאוד היה.
They do this to men as well. The video, the most recent video that came out, they literally right on video beating the shit out of this guy. They prop him up, push him up against a fence, and then right before all the other soldiers block the vision of the guy and the other guy, you can see the IDF soldier pulling his pants down. He's like, basically he's bent the guy over, right? And he's like leaning him up against the fence. All the other IDF soldiers with their riot shields get in front of him right as the IDF guy is pulling his pants down. It couldn't be more obvious what's happening. They keep it up there for a couple minutes. Business is done, and they just leave him. They leave him there a quivering husk.
בחור אחד הוא נפטר,
That's on
הוא היה
video.
פרא אדם, הוא לקח פשוט מאוד ורצח אותם בתוך המכלאות. חוטי ברזל כאלה, עגולים כאלה, אספו כל הדברים, הם יושבים שם כולם על הרצפה, ובא מישהו ולוקח תת מקלע ומתחיל זה,
Soon on Twitch, I won't be legally able to say these things. Soon on Twitch, it'll be an insta permaban, similar to what we're seeing with TikTok. If I was showing you this on TikTok, I would be banned right now. We will be seeing the same thing on Twitch. I guarantee it. I don't know. There's 80% chance. 80% chance we'll see this because there are some real libby lefties that are still running the show here at Twitch. They love Hassan, for example. And I've come around on Hassan. I still think he's a bonehead who really needs to be more careful with his rhetoric. But out of all the streamers, I think his heart is in the most correct place. And he makes some really good arguments sometimes as well. But soon, I legally won't be able to talk about this. And, even Hassan will have to be challenged about telling the truth about Zionism. Like, I won't be able to say that word.
מחסנית שלקחו את הלוויורים ועפו אחרי חבר'ה ושרפו אותם. היה משהו זוועתי וזה אסור לספר, אני לא אדבר על זה. מלחמה.
Right. Because everyone, when they're describing melting human flesh with flamethrowers, they do it with a big warm grandpa smile on their face, huh? It was horrifying. Wow, flamethrowers, reloaded the cartridge. Get him.
זה מחליף מחסנית, שלקחו את הלוויורים ועפו אחרי חבר'ה ושרפו אותם. זה היה משהו זוועתי, וזה אסור לספר, אני לא אדבר על זה. מלחמה זה מלחמה.
War's war, dog. Yeah, it's actually not a war. A war is defined as a battle, or like a struggle of power between two entities that have standing armies. When one side is a bunch of peasants who have barely been capable to scrape together meager explosives and small arms, and the other side is a fully funded multi-trillion-dollar military apparatus designed to go up against the most highest tech, most deadly militaries in the world. No, that's not a war. No. Would you call the eradication of the American Indian in America a war? That's an ethnic cleansing. Genocide. It's not a war. Just because just because one side, puts on army fatigues, it doesn't make it a war. Yeah. So here we go. This is the treat. I like to give my chat little treats, okay? Do you feel a little tingle? All right? We're leaving the Gaza nightmare. We're done. We're done for Gaza today. We're done with Gaza today. We're leaving the nightmare. Is the war in the room with us? Yes. Yeah. Unironically, yes. So I like to give my wonderful chat, my brilliant chat, nice things sometimes, especially after I torture them with. We watched 30 minutes of Donald Trump unfiltered, right? I should go to jail, okay, for what I did to you, right? I'm sorry. From the bottom of my heart. Like, you'll never get that time back, right? I stole that shit from you, dude. Like a thief. Here's how I'll make it up to you. Mark Maron. Oh my God, I'm in love. No one told me Mark Maron was a real motherfucker. I had no idea. I thought he just did fucking interviews with goofy ass celebrities and other comedians, and he was like just some snarky, I don't know, dude, right? Just another one of these snarky dudes. I didn't think he was a right winger. I knew he was like a left winger, but I had no idea. This guy spitting fire and venom, keeping it 100%. Okay? What happens when a person who keeps it 100% goes on the show of a person who keeps it negative 100%. I'm talking about Howie Mandel. And if you don't know who Howie Mandel is, Bobby's World, funny guy, kind of reminds me of the guy from Full House who did all the funny noises. Really, really safe, normie approved. He does have enough nuts to have a podcast and let Mark Maron, he doesn't, he's like, whoa, but he lets Mark Maron speak. He doesn't censor him like a bitch, like a pussy. So props to Howie Mandel. But it's pretty boilerplate stuff from Howie. Normie stuff from Howie. Okay? What happens when real meets Botox? Here you go. This is my treat for you. This is so good. This is Mark Maron boiling Joe Rogan alive for your entertainment. I mean cooking, baby. Get the pressure cooker out.
I don't know that the comedians have had that much power.
Are you fucking out of your mind?
No, I'm being serious.
Joe Rogan. I'm not going to.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
You can't separate.
Mind? Can I do this
like,
right now, please?
If the movement is like, we're being censored. No, you're not. You're not.
So Mark Maron's been making podcast rounds lately to promote his new.
I don't know. He's a goofy LA Hollywood normie, right? He's not. Howie Mandel is never going to say anything, controversial anything, it's just going to be safe for the ching ching. Okay. Rogan also ushered in a generator. Yes. No, Clutch Cargo. Welcome back. By the way, big props to the person narrating here. This is Roast Wounds. I don't know what this means. Only almost 2,000 subscribers, folks. Help them out. This is good shit. Help them out, folks. Like and subscribe. Roast Wounds. I don't know. I don't know about that name. It's worse than News Underground Abandoned Nihilism, bro. Got to get a better name, bro. Anyway, let's get back to it.
Comedy special Panicked, a title that might also describe how the Rogan sphere is feeling right now. On a few of these shows, Maron calls out Rogan and his herd of hack comedians, not just for helping drag comedy into the gutter, but for still playing the victim long after the guy they openly backed won the election.
That's such a great point. Nobody has talked about that except for real people like you and me, right? Nobody's talked about that. Like, they're still bitching. Still talking about COVID. Oh, my COVID, my rights, my COVID, my rights. Like Sagar and Janetti still fucking bitching about COVID. Oh, my rights. Oh, my rights. They won. You got your fucking troops marching through the streets. Oh, I didn't vote for this. I didn't vote for this. Your ignorance does not give you a fucking pass, okay? Just because you don't know what you voted for doesn't give you a pass now that it's happening. I didn't mean it. I didn't want to do fascism this way. My version of fascism's all sunny rainbows.
And seeing like Jeselnik having an issue with people like Tony Hinchcliffe, who he's saying uses profanity or just shock value comedy. What's your thoughts on that?
Before we go any further, let's take a look at what Howie's daughter was talking about when she mentioned Jeselnik.
I'm against cancel culture. Thank you. That's my impression of a shit comic trying to get on Rogan.
Oh, yes. 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 Liquefy it, put it in my vein, multiple veins at the same. I want to be the bane of whatever substance comes out of this. Okay, I'm putting that shit directly into my neck 7 times a minute.
In 20 years of stand-up comedy, I've been asked the same questions over and over and over again. The question I get asked the most by far is, Anthony, what do you think about cancel culture? Does it make you mad? Aren't you scared? What do you think about cancel culture? So let me be clear. I don't give a fuck about cancel culture. What I am sick of are comedians complaining about cancel culture. It's not that hard. Do your job.
All right, now we can...
Ooh, daddy. That's not even a joke. That's not even a joke. He's just sick of it. He's just absolutely sick of it. And so are we. Because it never existed. It never existed. Okay? We can tell the difference between a hack joke that's just punching down, where the punchline is they're weird or gross, gay people, etc. We know the difference between a joke that's just that versus a really clever joke. Maybe something from a Norm Macdonald, right? Where he's like, okay, he's going to talk about trans people, but somehow he finds a way to make it funny without being incredibly hurtful. It requires skill. And the people that are relying on this humor suck. They're not good at comedy. And they're like smoking cigars. Oh, we're the legends. We're the legends. Brendan Schwab over here patting himself on his back. Are you kidding me? Bush League shit, dude. When you're using Joe Rogan as your comedic template, okay, you don't have a lot of places to go.
About cancel culture. It's not that hard. Do your job.
All right, now we can go back to Maron's response.
Oh my God, so good.
Well, at this point, it's lazy and sloppy and hackneyed.
Yes.
To be in a fucking club where, I'm walking down the hall at the comedy club, at the Comedy Store, and, in one room, someone's doing their bit about trans people, and then I get down the hall and there's someone on stage going, well, I guess I got to do my bit about trans people. Like, no, you don't. You don't. It's hack now. I mean, you guys got the freedom you wanted.
They won.
You can now say whatever you want. They're defeated. Their rights have been denied.
Yeah.
The policy.
Yeah, they're like 1% of 1% of the population. And they just keep they're like putting out a cigarette in the sidewalk, just fucking, take that, trans people. I saw a horrific video yesterday I'm not allowed to show you in Syria of a trans person in the back of a police car, and they're just like elbowing and like stabbing. And this poor trans person, right? She's got makeup on. She's looking good. They're ripping her wig off. Disgusting hatred. So like it's never been more dangerous. I don't know about never, but the amount of danger for your average trans person has increased incredibly. And it is directly the result of this cottage industry of punching down in this direct, anti-woke. Well, it forgets the reason why we wanted to be woke in the first place. There's real inequality. That doesn't go away. Now it's being amplified. David Lucas called out a racist at his show. Homie spouts that shit. Welcome to reality. Thank God. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Human rights is nothing to be ashamed of. Okay? And, we got a black woman here. It's never been more I don't know about never, right? It's probably not never, but it's incredible. It's more dangerous than it was to be a woman, especially a person of color. Okay, imagine if you're a person of color presenting as a woman, a trans woman, and you're out in trans, you the whole trifecta. You get victimized. It's their own hangups. It's their own hangups. B-Re, right? Like if you were to get them alone, if to like do some weird experiment, take one, you find a handsome one, and you're like, I'm going to figure this out. What is the deal with these guys, right? You get them alone. It's all kinds of mommy issues, all kinds of parent issues, all kinds of all that weird shit. Christian weird shit, right? Ooh, can I suck my thumb? The date is over, okay? The Tinder date is over, buddy. Like, bitch who you are and stop hating. Very weird. They're weirdos. No, they're kind of like they're weirdos. And like, there's nothing wrong with kinks and stuff, but no, they're sexually repressed. And when you tie your whole life up in these identities, even though they're toxic, even though they're hurting you, you reinforce them. I'm back. I just need to send me a little sister. What? Just need to send me little sister to North Korea. Okay. Just casually admitting to human trafficking in the chat. No problem. But they're fucking little weirdos. They're little fucking weirdos. Okay. And there's no instant solution to this like incel male loneliness thing. It's kind of like homelessness, where it's like one single thing isn't going to fix it. You need to fix a bunch of other larger issues to tackle the overall issue of homelessness. Same thing with male loneliness, happiness in general. Jobs need to be more fulfilling. Training and mental health needs to be more accessible and less expensive. People need to have more time to think, right? They need to be working less, right? But with enough money, with enough wealth to actually spend it on and go like on a hike, go outside and think, and go to a music festival and meet your wife instead of complaining about Sydney Sweeney's tits online, right? So it's like you're not just going to fix incel male loneliness, that incredibly dangerous problem, because that's why we have the mass shooting problems. It's one of the reasons. We're not going to fix that issue unless we fix all these other issues, right? So get to work, right? That's why we got to follow the 3-step program. Not one of us can fix everything, but as individuals, we can choose to help contribute positively towards some direction, right? Something that is going to help society instead of just being an apathetic anchor, right? It's not our tits we have an issue with. It's 4 timesing them. Good point, Simply Steve. How are you coming on that? Have you asked Grok? Can you just type that shit into Twitter, please? I'm not reactivating my Twitter account. I want to see an ocean of boobage. Okay, we can do a penis afterwards, whatever. We don't have to be sexist about it, okay? But can we start there? I'm blaming Bush and all the children left behind. Yeah. Never forget. Wait, people are mad at Sydney Sweeney's tits? Well, we're mad at ChatGPT because ChatGPT won't let us generate an image of Sydney Sweeney with 4 times the size boobage. It's ridiculous. Anyway, back to Mark Maron. No Child Left Behind. Sydney Sweeney's boobs ocean. Type that into Grok. I tried and got a system. Damn it! I knew it. It's too much boobage. It's too much radical boobage. Okay, it breaks the fucking universe. All right, it's too radical the boobage.
That you guys encouraged with your stupid material are now policy, and now half the people under the umbrella of anti-woke, we've lost a tremendous amount of democratic-leaning ideas and movements. So whether they knew it or not, that's what they were spearheading. So now it's reality, and you want to still keep kicking them?
I don't know that the comedians have had that much power.
Are you fucking out of your mind?
No, I'm being serious.
Joe Rogan. I'm not gonna.
This is so good. I love Mark Maron. This is look at fucking Howie just. Wait a minute, what's happening right now?
I don't know that the comedians have had that much power.
Are you fucking out of your mind?
No, I'm being serious.
Joe Rogan. I'm not gonna.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
You can't separate. Like, if the movement is we're being censored. No, you're not. You're not. There's no constitutional.
No, Howie over here wants to give a pass to comedians. Like, I don't know if they're comedically entwined. They're interviewing Bibi Netanyahu. They're gleefully being used as political pawns. Joe Rogan bragged about how he won Donald Trump the election, and there's some truth to it. Howie Mandel, it's not that big a deal. Come on. How many people did Joe Rogan get killed recommending ivermectin and anti-colloidal antibodies or whatever the hell, a multi-million-dollar treatment that only rich people can afford? Monoclonal, however the fuck. You know what I'm saying? Howie over here, come on, it's not that big a deal. Joe Rogan had, at the very least, Joe Rogan had tens of thousands of people eating horse paste. The company that makes it saying, please stop doing this. Please, it does not help with COVID. Please stop doing this. Joe Rogan never mea culpa. He never came out and said, yeah, I was wrong about horse paste. Howie's like, it's not a big deal. He only got America to eat horse paste. They should eat more, to be honest. Bree, you might be onto something.
Censorship issue with your free speech. You say things.
He's got blood on his hands. He democratic does. How many people did Toe Rogan get killed during COVID? Honestly, there's a number. He's directly responsible for people questioning the legitimacy of 100% legit vaccine science. It didn't get anybody killed. It was a conspiracy theory from the very beginning. Grifters like RFK were making money. Just here with an open mind. Welcome back, Quick Double Tap. Thanks for your links. How many people did Rogan get killed?
Issue with your free speech. You say things, and in a democratic shit show.
No, simply, Steve, it's not paste made of horse. It's medicine made for horses. Okay? Horse paste, yeah, humans could eat horse paste. Okay, no, this is like medicine you give to your horse if it has tummy problems because it has too many worms in it.
Environment, like Twitter or whatever, there's cultural pushback. And I'm not saying that it was pretty bad in terms of, people getting canceled and stuff. And I agree that was an issue, but that's a specific issue. To frame it as some sort of free speech problem was a misdirect. It wasn't. It wasn't a free speech problem. It was that people were getting cultural pushback. That is not a constitutional issue. No one was being put in jail for saying anything. That's a free speech issue.
Also, to add on Maron's point, Rogan never shuts up about free speech on his podcast, but let's be real, he doesn't really care about free speech. What he actually cares about is making sure his hack comedians and their cult leader Donald Trump can say and do whatever they want without ever facing a shred of backlash because fragile little Joe can handle having his ego bruised. And I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. Not long ago, Joe Rogan had Bernie.
Okay, so this is where it deviates into other, supplemental contextual information. It's a good video. I definitely recommend it. Let me give you the link one more time. Great stuff from an up-and-comer here. Roast Wounds. He's a comer. I know a comer when I see one, and he's a comer.
I'm going to come.
He's a comer. Wait, that's the wrong button. So make sure you check him out, folks. Like and subscribe. You want to see the rest of this video? Get to the right goddamn. There we go. Moving on here. Fortunately, we lost a real one. I just wanted to give an extra special attention to this man right here who treated justice with, I think, the right amount of sensibility. That, you know, this is the kind of judge that we would like to see across America. He was really something else. He really believed in forgiveness. He really believed in, you know, giving people second chances, sometimes third chances. Disgusting. He's a really, really wonderful guy. And unfortunately, he passed recently. This video kind of gives us his final statement, and then also some examples here at 1 minute. Just of how awesome this guy was. Like I said, yeah, decent man. We're seeing a lot of judges like just sick on their own power, and this man, you know, he understood his role, which was like, no, I'm here to, you know, take the full case in and see, you know, is there something we can do to get people back on the right track? Yes, your tubing. Yes, it's made from bones. That's correct. Liquidized horse from a tube. You think they're a weird bunch. Like you just don't know cuisine. All right, but let's hear this man's statement. These are his final words. Let's take them seriously. I'm not going to interrupt or pause. Turn it up here. Let's hear what this man had to say. R.I.P.
Last year, I asked you to pray for me, and it's very obvious that you did. Because I came through a very difficult period. Unfortunately, I've had a setback. I'm back in the hospital now. And I'm coming to you again, asking you to remember me in your prayers once more. And so I ask you again, if it's not too much, that you can remember me in your prayers. I'm a great believer in the power of prayers. I think the Almighty above is looking over us. So remember me, please.
Good evening, Jason. Good afternoon.
That's beautiful words there. And let's just see who the man really was, you know, in his prime.
Your Honor. How are you, young man?
Good, Your Honor.
What is your name?
Giovanni.
Giovanni?
Yes.
Get up here, Giovanni. You want to help me out with this case?
Yes.
You promise to be honest?
Yes.
Who's this? This your dad?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're not going to give your dad any favoritism, are you?
No.
Okay, so we're going to take a look at a video, and we're going to decide whether or not he went through a red light, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're not going to look at him. You're going to look just at the video, and then you and I are going to make a decision, okay?
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Oh, that's something else, man. What a guy.
Okay, here's your dad. And the light was red. Did you see that?
The light was red, but he took a right. He took a right. That's legal. He didn't do a full stop, so he definitely, you need to do a full stop and then turn to the right. But that's not exactly, I don't think that's technically running maybe it is technically running a right. I'm not sure.
Yes.
And did you see the sign?
Yes.
What does the sign say? Can you read it?
Oh, wait. It says...
Right on red.
Right on red.
After stop.
After stop. So it's legal. It's not, you know, because some places you're actually not allowed to take a right on red, but the signage usually tells you.
After stop.
So that means if the light is red, you must first stop and then make a right-hand turn, okay?
Yes.
That's right.
We're going to look at it again, and we're going to see if he stopped before he made a right-hand turn. All right, here he comes
Simply Steve, let's go ahead and just slow it down a little bit.
Stop.
All right. Let's, this man believed in it. Let's respect this man in his final hours. He believed in it. That's really all that matters at this moment. Doesn't matter what the objective reality is. This is how he wanted to go out. So let him go out, asking people to think about him in your prayers. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything if you do pray. So it's harmless.
We're going to do this again. We're going to look at it and to see if he stopped or not, okay? Okay. All right, let's go.
Okay, all right. This goes on. Let's get one more interaction with the kid, then we're going to move on. He clearly ran it. I mean, yeah, he didn't do a full stop. He was applying his brakes, but he did not do a full stop.
He didn't stop.
No.
Is he guilty?
No.
No.
That is funny. All right, kids say the darndest things, U.S. Court Edition. He was one hell of a dude, real motherfucker. There's viral clips of him went viral of him treating black people like a human being, right? Like, yeah, okay, maybe Craig, you stole those boxes. Okay, true. But are you going to steal any more boxes? No, I'm not going to steal any more boxes. Okay, I'll give you a second chance. Stuff like that. Fortnite gang, dab on him. But no, RIP to a real one. Okay. If there is a heaven, I hope he's in it. Thank you for being an example of what a good judge looks like, so that when we need to point to a good judge and say, well, you're not a good judge, I know what a good judge looks like, we look to you. So thank you so much, Frank Caprio, for being a hero. Appreciate it. Moving on from that sadness, let's go into nightmares. This is real. This is a real thing. I can't believe I'm saying this. Your dreams are for sale, and companies are already buying it. And companies are already buying. Sorry, I ruined that. The bar is low, huh, B-Ree? The bar is low. Can employ same logic as Fox News with Trump? Yeah, he did. Well, it's his dad. It's his dad. He's trying to dab on him, okay? He's got Fortnite to get back to. So anyway, no, they don't, I'm sure they would like to read your dreams, but I think they're more interested in making you dream about Chipotle. And beaming, oh, Sam Goody. I need to go buy some CDs at Sam Goody. It's an old reference. I think that's what they want to do. So this TikToker over here, they want to see what about Zoran. No, you don't want to see that, dude. No, you don't. Ooh, too spicy. Can't be seeing that, bro. That shit will get me divorced. But no, yeah, so in-depth scientists warn of new type of advertising, manipulating your dreams. Look, when I dream about Popeyes, it's because I know I'm a fat ass. It's, I would like to think that I'm not getting advertisements beamed directly into my brain. Okay? I want some Popeyes now.
Advertisers have already infiltrated our phones and our home devices, but now they're coming for our dreams. Coors Light, Microsoft, Sony, and Burger King already tested dream advertising. In a survey by the American Marketing Association, over 77% of advertisers said that they will be doing the same by 2025. There is a way to protect yourself.
I'll sell cheap.
First, I have to tell you about this terrifying DM that I received. This was on April 9th of 2022, where a woman messaged me about a dream that her mother had. And her mom is a nurse in real life. She had a dream that someone told her to administer Astrotin. She was...
Okay, this immediately veered off. This started with an article, and now she's talking about a DM she got from some stupid fucking woman. All right, you get the point. That's scary. I don't know. I don't have the patience for this woman. She's like a chipmunk on Fast Forward. If you want to see the rest of it, it's right here. Give a shit what this random fucking woman has to say. I don't care. I got a DM from somebody who said their mom was fucked up. Okay, all right. Okay, thanks. So we got to talk about this Air Canada situation, because we need victories on the left. And when we have victories, we should talk about them and celebrate them. And that's what I would like to celebrate right now. This is a big victory for unions. It's a big victory for workers' rights. It's a big victory for stewardesses and those who work in the airline industry that aren't pilots. Air victory. This is huge. Guess what they had to do to win? Guess what? Guess what the magic tool was? Leveraging their obvious political power. Isn't that amazing? That's all it took. You know, because that's the one thing they don't want you to do, right? Right? Remember back to Build Back Better? Oh, don't leverage your political power. Don't do that. Don't make it, you know, don't become a wall. Don't become an impediment. Right? Oh, we'll pass the infrastructure. We'll pass Build Back Better after we pass the infrastructure bill. Just play along. Capitulate. Don't try to leverage your power to get them both passed. Give up. We'll do it later. Not a single mea culpa about that, by the way, from the neoliberal establishment. I haven't heard Rashida Tlaib do a single fucking "I'm sorry, I was wrong" about her recommendations to pass the infrastructure bill separate from Build Back Better. A pillar promise, like a fucking steel column promise that was made to the progressives that was supposed to happen. Okay, fine. We'll let industry have an orgy if we can just pass some socialism. Some Popeyes. Give me that bold BQ and some chicken tendies, baby. Ugh.
And if
big union victory, let's talk about it.
it means folks like me going to jail, then so be it.
Major breaking news. The Air Canada strike is over.
Less than 24 hours. That's how long it took for the labor dispute between Air Canada and the Flight Attendants Union to end with a tentative deal. Once Air Canada realized that the union were going to abide by their right to strike.
That's right.
So in this video, I'm going to go over...
They were depending on the government to come in and go, you're not allowed to strike. Oh, it's illegal for you to strike. And they're like, yeah, it doesn't matter what the government says. Doesn't matter what anybody says. I'm not showing up to work. Okay, so you either, put your fucking computer chip in my spine and compel me to get out of bed, or I'm going to stay on this fucking picket line, right? Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, they think they got us licked. Because the whole idea is to pass laws to make, unionizing illegal, to make work strikes illegal, just in general. End of the day, you still need us jerking that espresso machine. You still haven't figured out the robot to do it perfectly. So until you get your fucking robot figured out, right, you still need me, and I'm going to leverage that. You're going to pay me like a human being.
Just a quick timeline of what happened here and the big lesson coming out of this, showing you how much power we have as the working class when we band together and fight against those that control our lives. So it all starts with my last video, which I'm not going to break down all details here. Obviously, that was a long video. But if you want every single detail, including how the flight attendants were being screwed, go watch that video. I will link to it below the video. And I don't normally do a video on a similar topic, 2 videos in a row. But the result here was so spectacular.
Yeah.
That this has to be.
So no, if you don't know what's going on, flight attendants don't get paid until the wheels are off the ground. So all that onboarding, all the little, the song and dance they do, put on your seatbelt so we can identify your body if we crash. Don't forget you get an oxygen mask, all this bullshit. They don't get paid for any of that. Helping you put your luggage in the compartment, no money, no compensation. They don't get money until the plane is in the air, right? It's like a stopwatch too, right? So that the whole time it's like on the runway, no money. And how many times have you been on a plane where a plane just sits there on the runway for like an hour? They get no compensation. Unbelievable, right? They're getting more screwed over than waitresses and waiters, right? With their $2 an hour, and you just hope to God that someone gives you a decent tip. Could you imagine? They spend hundreds of hours a year doing free work for these airline companies, and of course the airline companies were like, "What? This is normal. This is how things work in this industry. This is all normal. This is all normal." It's not normal. It's fucking slave labor, dude. It's not even serfdom. It's straight up slavery because they're stuck on the plane. They can't get off. Sure, they can take a break, but no, your ass needs some peanuts. Okay, so I got to get my ass up and give you a fucking bag of peanuts for free. Okay? I wouldn't even spit in somebody's mouth for free. You got to pay me, dude. If you're good at something, you must get compensated for it.
Used as a lesson going forward. So just to start here, Air Canada.
There you go,
quick
Clutch
timeline.
Cargo.
Ended their negotiation with the union about a week ago, saying they want binding arbitration.
Homie's got Sonic merch over here. This guy's a gamer, bro. He's got the CRT and everything. What a gamer.
At that point, these flight attendants said that they're going to go on strike. They go on strike. About 12 hours later, the government swoops in with Section 107 of the Labor Code, saying that this gives us the ability to force you back to work and seek binding arbitration.
Okay, we'll get right on it.
Now, I went through this in the previous video. I won't read through it here, but this is Section 107.
Oh, well,
it's
we're gonna
very
strike for
vague
our rights,
for
but
obvious
we can't
reason,
do it, guys.
because it allows the minister to essentially do whatever the hell they want based on these vague terms. So unions are currently trying to fight this in court.
I guess we don't have rights,
but
guys.
until
Sorry.
that happens, it's good to see that workers are standing up to it regardless. So despite the declaration by the CIRB, which is the Canada Industrial Relations Board, that flight attendants were illegally striking after they ordered them back to work, they remained striking. Now, worth noting here, the CIRB, who the arbitrator here, is chaired by a former Air Canada legal counsel.
Wow.
This person worked with Air Canada executives directly.
Corruption exists in Canada, folks. It's a very real thing. Anywhere neoliberalism exists, corruption exists.
For years, clear conflict of interest here. But putting that aside, here you have the CUPE national president, Mark Hancock at the time, coming out with his reaction to the CIRB order to go back to work despite not having a deal.
This is the CIRB order. Here's what I'm supposed to do. I'm expected to say, stand down. I'm expected to direct you to go back to work. I'm expected to end this strike.
Yeah, Dory. Oh, brother. That's how you win. That's how you win right there. Right there.
Not on my watch. Not now. Not tomorrow. I stated very clearly when this strike would end. I said it clearly then, and I will say it clearly now. This strike will end when we get a collective agreement that works for our members.
Just incredible. Knowing he and his members have the right to strike.
You see the difference between your average lefty neoliberal politician and what actual progressive politics looks like? Pretty big difference, right?
Like, he tears up the order to go back to work, saying they're not going to go back to work until they have a fair deal. And that same day, the head of the Canadian Labour Congress comes out to say, tonight the heads of Canada's unions met in an emergency session to stand united behind Air Canada flight attendants and defying the government's unconstitutional attack on workers' rights. Other unions came out in support of the flight attendants.
Solidarity.
On top of that, I have the breakdown in my last video, but
These aren't new things, folks. Okay, this isn't a brand new concept. It doesn't have to be, a lot of people are like, okay, where's the next Barack Obama? Where's this next so new thing that feels exciting and it feels so new? All the tools are right there. It's all right there. It's the only thing that's ever worked. Nonviolent direct political action, unionizing, solidarity with fellow unions, fellow workers. Until they figure out the labor question, right? Of replacing us all with robots, like legitimately, like we can't even flip a burger. Until they figure that out, we have leverage still. God help us all when they figure that out, because I'm not sure what the hell we're supposed to do when we're made completely irrelevant, when they don't even need to exploit our flesh anymore. I'm not quite sure what we do about that situation. You're going to have to, I don't know, talk to your philosopher. You are now part of the big industry board of directors. Yuck. And there's plenty of corruption in unions as well. Let's not forget that, you know, these aren't perfect institutions, but they are also the only tool that's ever been effective at clawing away power from the management class.
Opinion was also with the flight attendants. So the next day, the QP national president doubled down, saying that he is not going to go back to work and that he's willing to go to jail over it.
We're going to stay strong. We're going to stay committed to making.
You taking notes about the Democrats in Texas, right? What the difference between being defeated and winning looks like? Those pussy-ass Democrats that couldn't even stay in a fancy hotel for a couple weeks, waiting it out, had to come back to be immediately spanked. Immediately, as soon as they walk in the door, here's your permission slip and police escort, treated like a fucking bitch, you know, treated like a second-class citizen. Talking about a lawmaker, representative of the people, right? You see what the difference is? What winning versus just being a loser looks like. There's no good goddamn reason. Not a single one of them was asked, okay, why didn't you stay? I haven't seen someone show me the clip of one of these Democrats being, because it was all hero praise. Oh, you're such a hero. You're such a hero. Why? Because you took a vacation for 2 weeks? Should have waited it out. There was a certain period of time where they would have made this impossible for the Republicans. Wow, that could have been a big victory. Well, I like to watch Netflix on my couch. I don't like this hotel couch. I want to go back home. Oh, thanks. Thanks for your effort to save democracy. I'm sorry it ended at your personal comfort level being slightly tweaked. Versus this. Drag my ass to jail. I'm not going to tell these people to go back to work for nothing. To go work for hours for nothing. I'm not going to do it. Drag my ass to jail. What do you think happened? Let's find out.
So those workers can do the job that they love doing and actually be able to afford a roof over their heads, to afford caring for their families. And if it means folks like me going to jail,
100%
so be it. If it means our union being fined, then so be it. We're looking for a solution here. Our members want a solution here, but that solution has to be found at a bargaining table.
So I'll get to the Air Canada executive's priceless reaction to that in a minute here. But in the midst of all this, the government was trying to do damage control. So Jobs Minister Patty Hajdu came out with this tweet and this caption saying nobody should be expected to work for free. Speaking of how flight attendants work for free, they don't get paid unless the plane is moving. So there was actually a Twitter note to this saying Patty Hajdu recently enacted Section 107 of the Canada Labor Code that forces Air Canada flight attendants back to work.
So isn't that fucked up? She's like, oh, what the plight of the workers. Meanwhile, she's reinforcing the exploiters in the same fucking breath, dude. This is in Canada, folks.
Forcing them back into the condition where they were working for free. But she goes on to share this. I'll play this in the window. It's on 1.5 speed because it's not worth, hearing at normal speed.
On the weekend, I referred the Air Canada dispute to the Relations Board. Both parties, the union and the corporation, said they were at an impasse. But it's not too late to get a deal. In fact, the corporation and the union could sit down today and find a path forward together. And that will result in the best deal.
Which is an incredible thing to say when you were attempting to force flight attendants back to work. What kind of deal are flight attendants going to get if Canada...
So the language, and what classic neoliberalism, right? Language of social justice, posture of human rights. What are the actions? Literally trying to crush their ability to organize at all. And here she is doing videos and tweets Oh, respect the workers. No one should work for free. Oh, bargain, bargain, bargain. Get at the bargain table. Meanwhile, trying to enact a law to make it illegal for them to bargain. Fucked up.
Canada executives know that they don't have to worry about a strike. Like that, when you allow corporations to rely on the government to come in and end a strike,
no.
What motivation is there for there to be a good faith?
No, it's no good faith
agreement.
They're siding with business.
Good faith negotiations with the union.
Siding with
Why
business.
would they ever act in good faith if they know it doesn't matter what happens because the government's
He's going to get to the CEO reaction next.
Going to force them to work anyways, so they're going to take whatever deal we give them. This is why it was so important for the union and other unions to come out and support them, to continue striking despite the order. So this is where we get to the reaction now from, this is the Air Canada CEO, Michael Rousseau, and just completely giving away the whole game here.
But you didn't make any provisions before to ensure that passengers, or at least some of them, would get to where they're going?
Yeah.
Well, we thought
so he stranded people, right? He was expecting the fucking government to come in. So they didn't make any plans or set up any logistics, any plan Bs for people that needed Air Canada to get them back home. So they were just stranded.
Section 107 would be enforced, and that they wouldn't illegally avoid the Section 107.
Right. So you made no provision because you didn't realize the union would do this.
They gave us no indication they would do this.
Oh,
right.
Yeah. No indication whatsoever, right? Because we just heard the statements from the union, right? There was no indication whatsoever that they were going to strike, right?
Is amazing. The Air Canada CEO admits that they were relying on Section 107. They were relying on the government to end the strike, which is why they made no provisions for their customers, because they figured there wouldn't be a strike, meaning they were never worried about a strike at all.
That's right.
Because they knew the government would come in and save them.
That's right.
And that's why the union's saying, hell no, we're not going back to work.
Right. Arrest me.
Is such an important moment, not just for the flight attendants and for this union and this labor fight, but for all unions.
Yes.
You have the right to strike.
That's right.
If the government attempts to try and end that with their vague Section 107,
the robots come
you can
along,
fight them
then
on
we're
that.
Screwed.
Because you have the right to strike.
Right.
This is a moment where now future labor fights, corporations, executives are going to know that the unions have the power to continue striking, even if the government attempts Section 107 to.
I mean, I don't know, Clutch Cargo. All I know is that we need to use democracy to ask the people how far do they want capitalism to go. We should start there. Class neutral state. I don't know. Is that important? I feel like we should tackle some of these bigger issues before we start pontificating on some of these more philosophical things. But I think that's where we need to ask the people, what do they think? What are they going to do? Yeah, I mean, that's, yeah. Well, I mean, that's what Donald Trump wants. You know, and there is a real threat there of getting arrested if you're one of these Democrats, say in Texas, etc. But that's what they need to risk. You know, I'm sorry that your life was inconvenienced. This is the burden of being a leader. This is the responsibility of being a leader, right? I don't, you know, it sucks. I care. It's not that I don't care. It's not that I don't understand, but it's like, this is the sacrifice necessary to fight against this fascism. We have no choice. So when I see these cowards like crawling back to the Texas State House 2 weeks later to roaring applause, I'm like, why the fuck? Why? Why? They don't deserve any credit. They took a vacation.
Put them back to work. Meaning there's less of a chance now for bad faith negotiations between executives and unions when they understand there's actually a real actual threat of an actual strike.
Yeah.
So this quote is amazing as well. This is also from the Air Canada CEO from Reuters here. Quote, "We're still amazed by the fact that CUPE is openly not following the law." And that is very disappointing from our perspective.
They don't
Air
do what
Canada
we tell
shares
them to
closed
do.
down 3%.
They're not doing what we tell
Less
them to
than
do.
a day later, what happens?
Boom.
Air Canada flight attendants reached tentative deal to end strike.
Win.
Once
Dub.
an actual strike was on the table and they knew the government wasn't going to save them, they were forced to negotiate with the union and reach a deal.
Tale as old as time.
Absolutely incredible.
That's how it works.
As the president of the Canadian Labour Congress writes here, Air Canada flight attendants, members of CUPE National, have delivered a decisive blow to employers who think they can sidestep fair bargaining by hiding behind Section 107 of the Canada Labour Code.
That's how you win.
This is a lesson moving forward. We have power when we band together, not just the union itself and them standing up for their right, which is fantastic, but the fact that other unions came out in support of them. And they also had the public on their side as well. This is a pivotal moment going forward for future labor fights, and I hope we all learn from it.
Big time, big time. It's, one of the reasons why oligarch-owned media institutions, shit on unions so hard is that, they find it a very important thing to keep workers' rights reduced so that the exploitation can continue to be cranked up to 11. I ended up stealing the Rational National's entire clip here, so I'm sorry about that. It was just that good. But make sure you're subscribing to the Rational National. Check them out. Liking and subscribing would be really great. There's the link in the chat. Good old boy from Canada. How about we get to Ukraine, huh? Ukraine time. Hell yeah. Let's see if I can get banned again. Let's see, just do this. No. No, I don't have any bodies, dead bodies to show you today. Just some statements here and some updates. Quick Double Tap was nice enough to provide some links about how there are companies, they don't care. They're working with Russia again. They see Donald Trump and they're just following example. It's like, we're not going to get punished. In fact, we're being encouraged to start up business again. Zelensky made a statement, though, about how his country is not, a trading token, He says not to gift our land to an occupier. Another beautiful speech from a brilliant politician, for the man for the right times, for Ukraine and quite frankly the rest of the world. I wish we had other politicians that had his sack, Zelensky's. We need more Zelensky in this world, quite frankly. He's not perfect, but nobody is. Churchill wasn't perfect. FDR wasn't perfect. Okay, but they took the bull by the horns. They took control of a situation, and they did it for the right reasons.
This flag is a goal and dream for many Ukrainians on temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. They keep the flag. They keep it because they know that we will not gift our land to an occupier.
I'll never forget the clip that I showed everybody of the Ukrainian who was liberated by Ukrainians. They were occupied by Russia, and they had kept their Ukrainian flag buried in their backyard in a special place below a tree or something. And as soon as they were liberated, they ran out there and they got the flag out as quickly as they possibly could. And of course, let's not forget the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians that are dying for this flag. That means something.
This flag symbolizes the dearest thing for hundreds of our warriors, men and women from all over Ukraine who defend not just a specific direction of the front line, not just Vovchansk or Dobropilya, but entire Ukraine.
That's what we're talking about here.
This flag is a...
Right, so beautiful words by Zelensky there. Sorry I don't have more of that speech. Here's something interesting, kind of a historic moment. Hopefully this isn't screwing up and I can get the video for you here. But, for the first time in history, Ukraine shoots down Russian Orlan mother drone carrying FPVs for the first time. So this is a larger drone that carries two smaller drones under its wing, and then once it gets closer to the target, it launches them off. Let's see here if we can find a video, because there's a video of it. I had a video. This article did have a video, but now it's just this. I don't know. It's a screenshot. I don't know. It's weird. But I did have a video. See if I can find it. It's just the same copy-pasted article 100 times in a different location. Thanks, AI. But anyway, this is what it looks like. This is, so it's like a larger one, slower, meant to be flown at higher altitudes. And then once it gets closer to the target, the explosive delivering drones pop in. I assume this returns home. I assume they reuse it. Is this the video? No. I must have hallucinated it. Okay, I was hallucinating. I didn't see a video. I was just high on drugs, and I thought it was moving. Clearly. But anyway, for the first time in history, apparently Ukraine shot one of these motherfuckers down. So that's great news. Excellent job. Ukraine has excelled in embracing new technology and making it useful and effective on the battlefield. Take a look at the tatters that once was Russia's Navy for any evidence. My dream job is to be a weapon designer. That would be a sick-ass job. Also, the moral implications, right? Because, you're making tools to kill people, but I don't know. What do? You got to follow your passion. Everybody's good at something. Here's quick double taps link. So this is just evidence that Korea now, South Korea, I assume is this North Korea. I assume South Korea. Yeah, South Korea. So this is South Korea, and they've just exploded their exports to Kyrgyzstan, subverting the tariffs and, subverting not the tariffs, but the sanctions. South Korea's exports to Kyrgyzstan in July 2025 are up 3,000% from before Russia invaded Ukraine. This stuff is just so endlessly pathetic. Is there no end to Western greed that we feed the enemy while claiming to stand united with Ukraine against the invader? 100%. And that's exactly what's going on. It's an insult to the American taxpayer that Donald Trump is allowing Elon Musk to continue to let Russia operate Starlink. So while Trump is sending billions to Ukraine, rightfully so, while, we're sending all this money and resources to Ukraine, Donald Trump is also actively undermining that effort to help Ukraine and assist Putin in his invasion. It'd be like the U.S. government, sending money to the Viet Cong or fucking Germany. It's too easy. This is war's on easy mode. Send some weapons. Send some fucking weapons and troops to Germany. This will be funny. Let's fuck with Patton. He thinks it's going to be an army of 1,000. Let's double it and give him some tanks. This will fuck with him. It'll be funny. That's what we're doing. Elon Musk should go to jail. Straight up. He should at the very least be compelled to ban Russia from the Starlink platform. But he's encouraged. Help our enemies, Elon. Help them out. The American taxpayers spending tens of millions of dollars in the Ukraine. Tens of billions. I'm sorry, I get my numbers mixed up. I'm on that Mary Jane, Elon. Right? Tens of billions of dollars. And Elon's over here helping Russia as best he can. Sometimes even going so far as to cutting off Ukraine during key pivotal moments that Russia, Russia is going to do an attack. Oh, magically Ukraine's Starlink stops working. At least one case, I have evidence of that. If he's going to do it once, why wouldn't he do it multiple times? Another link from your boy, quick double tap. More evidence. Cowards are capitulating quietly, like cowards do. Just in, Danish authorities have warned 135 companies, including paint group Flügger. Oh, I love Flügger. About the risk of violating EU sanctions by exporting goods to third countries where products could be redirected to Russia. Police are investigating possible breaches. So we've heard of this from the very beginning when the sanctions were in place. These alternative networks were set up, and we saw Russian malls filled with designer goods like Prada because they were using this. There's a word for it. I can't remember the word for it, but there's a word for this kind of trading, using a third-party country to then move products over. Yeah, why is this up here? I was just this is like me. Yeah, okay, this is Canada and then this. Okay. I should have had the other story, the other Canadian story with this, but I did want to criticize the Canadian leader, Mark Carney, but also understand that he's in a rock and a hard place about the sanctions. He basically just gave Trump a W, capitulated. He's, him along with the EU, it was clearly coordinated. Elon fucked up because even if he pulls Starlink from Russia, they already. Well, no, he runs the satellites, UNTV. He can say if this device is geographically here, no service. Even older devices, he can cut that shit off at a firmware, hardware level. He can do that shit. Doesn't do it. It should be the only way that Russia gets Starlink is if they somehow have tricked Starlink into thinking it's Ukrainian. That should be the only way that they get to use Starlink, but they don't. Elon Musk happily sells them Starlink and services their equipment and makes sure that they have full coverage. Thanks. How many legs have been blown off Ukrainian soldiers because Russia gets full signal from Starlink? Wonder if we could stop a Chinese invasion or blockade of Taiwan with thousands of drones. We might. I mean, the sky's the limit. If you're a modern military and you don't have a extremely well-funded and well-researched drone department, you're not a real military. You know what I mean? Because, fuck your tanks, fuck your battleships, fuck all this, fuck all your big shit, dude. We'll just overwhelm you with a bunch of $6 plastic toys. And, boom goes your Abrams. Back to Canada. Mark Carney's in a rock and a hard place. What do? The 51st state rhetoric is wearing off. Okay. It was an election. It was a time of an election. You wanted to look patriotic. You do these retaliatory tariffs because the tariffs regime is insane, but you're hurting your own industries. He still has a long way away from re-election, like 3.5 years. But you still, you have to remember re-election, and it takes years to sometimes fix some of these problems. How much damage is a fledgling new, plastic just ripped off, just took them out of the box prime minister? Is it really wise to hobble my own industries double, 2x, right? Because not only are they getting hobbled by Donald Trump, they're getting hobbled now by Mark Carney with these retaliatory tariffs. How valuable is that PR coup of being like, I'm the prime minister that's fighting Trump? And can't we just, this is classic neoliberalism. Can't we just tweak the message here and we won't do retaliatory tariffs, but we're going to pretend like we're fighting back in other ways, to kind of make up for it? That's probably the idea. Let's do more commercials and interviews where I say Donald Trump is a meanie for 51st state rhetoric. Shit like that. That's the kind of shit neoliberals would come up with. So he's in a rock and a hard place. But this is undeniably giving Donald Trump a PR boost, right? A media thumbs up. Because it's like, look, these strong arm tactics work. They bend the knee. They eventually come crawling. I'm the guy running the biggest store. They all come to my store. They all want to come to my store. And he's, he's kind of correct in terms of like I said, it's like everybody knows what Trump is doing is wrong and not going to work out. But they also have to worry about their own interests. And how do you work with Trump? You kiss his ring, you lick his boots, you pretend like he's your buddy, you give him some baubles, you do a news interview where you're like, oh, he actually doesn't smell like a diaper filled with shit, and I really like his personality, right? That's the way that you play the game with Donald Trump. Like he's some low-level pharaoh or some kind of fucking slave trader in the 1700s, he's got some castle somewhere, and you got to, ingratiate him, or all this shit. You got to do the whole song and dance so you can, I don't know, not get your head cut off and also, you know, leave with because you're trying to trade some fucking baubles for some bushels of wheat. You're like, well, if I don't kiss this guy's boots, I don't get my fucking wheat. You know, it smells like a diaper filled with shit. So it's like, it just sucks though, because it's like Donald Trump gets to parade around like he's a big winner. Like, yeah, see, they all come crawling back. And we just have to kind of suck it up, because it's like, it's not like anyone's going to listen to a nuanced explanation of why this is not the case, right? We just, okay, whatever. Yeah, parade around. You won. Good job.
Absolutely clear. So let's be absolutely clear. Canada currently has the best trade deal with the United States. And while it's different from what we had before, it is still better than that of any other country. So as we work to address those,
so there, he's trying to do something logical. He's being a banker. He's like, objectively, the numbers, like, even though it's exploitative and it's unfair, it's still, you know, because we're so close, because we're neighbors, you know, we can still, industry can still make money, but it's totally fucked up.
Standing trade issues with the United States, it's important, it's vital. We do everything we can to preserve this unique advantage for Canadian workers, Canadian businesses. And doing so,
what is that? You win.
Will require both building on a soon-to-be revised CUSMA, our free trade agreement with the U.S. and Mexico, as well as developing a new form of trade and security partnership with the United States.
It's, look, the media is putting on a pretty positive face to you know, oh, look, no one's buying U.S. stuff. It's affecting certain markets. People are buying U.S. stuff, and as this becomes more and more normalized, I don't know. There's not, you know, Canadians are not gonna, I don't know. As strong and valiant as, you know, Canadians, your average Canadian is, there's also a pretty heavy kind of like, you know, apathy, or I don't know about apathy, but just kind of like, well, let's just move on. You know, he's an idiot, but am I really going to sweat buying cornflakes or Shreddies? You know, I don't know. I don't see this lasting. I don't see this boycott lasting unless Trump ramps it up, you know, kicks it up a notch somehow and starts sending troops to the border or something. Oh my God.
In this context, and consistent with Canada's commitment to CUSMA, I'm announcing today that the Canadian government will now match the United States by removing all of Canada's tariffs on U.S. goods specifically covered under CUSMA.
All right, so, you know, that's... this could also be seen as like shrill deal making on Mark Carney's part, where he's like, okay, they relented, we'll relent, specifically on the things that are in this agreement. Okay, so that means that Canada is still doing some tariffs. Gonna be an awful long wall. It's okay. It's okay. We'll get Canada to pay for it. They got all that money from the fentanyl. Last video of the day. We're not going to watch the whole TYT. Don't worry. I know. But they talk about something very important. They talk about how the DNC is, you know, because of their immense failure to present any kind of actual leadership, and because the oligarchy that used to kind of, you know, break them off a piece just in case, right? You know, hey, okay, the Republicans win. That's what I would prefer. But if the neoliberals win, okay, well, I also donated to them. They would hedge their bets. The oligarchy, when it came to the neoliberals, and they're no longer hedging their bets because they're like, no, we're with the fascists. This is great. Deregulate everything. Let me poison the water. You know, let me cram microplastics into your kids' cheeseburgers. It's great. The sky's the limit here. We can go fucking nuts, right? You replace the currency with Bitcoin. Who cares? Go nuts. All right. They won. Right? The oligarchy won. They couldn't have won harder than with Donald Trump, right? It just doesn't get more comically corrupt. So why would you continue to hedge your bets with this party that is like existentially on the chopping block? Okay, we're going to find out this midterms and at the end of this this presidential cycle, just if the Democrats even exist as a party, right? Legitimately. So that's all on the table. If you're a multi-billionaire, multi-millionaire who often donates to political parties and you're hedging your bets, why would you hedge your bets on a party that's, about to enter into the wood chipper? Break me up a piece of that fascist bar. There's some Dozio over there, okay? Like, Nick Fuentes over here making some dough. Hanging out with Kanye West. Whoa. Anyway, we're only going to watch the first 2 or 3 minutes of this. Very interesting stuff, though, and a sign of the time. They're never going to learn. They're literally never going to learn. They're going to this strategy right into the wood chipper. They'll be as the wood chipper is grinding their legs into bony, bloody goop. They'll be screaming bipartisanship. Okay? They'll never, ever, ever learn. Okay? They'll never learn. Right? They'll never, ever, ever learn. The only choice for us as lefties and progressives is to defeat them. Like we have to physically get on the stage and pull them off the stage. You know what I mean? Like they're not leaving. They're not leaving. Nancy Pelosi put Hakeem Jeffries in charge for one simple reason. He was not going to change anything. So even when they die, they do everything in their power to put people in place in their position to maintain the status quo, to keep the fucking machine churning until their final bits are shoved into the fucking chipper. They'll never learn. Our only choice as progressives is to politically defeat them. Let me make that clear. Politically, right? Okay? Put your Luigi hat away.
I'm a Luigi, number one.
Okay, these people are very mediocre, but one of the things that gives us an advantage over these people, and this is what I was talking about, like I would prefer to fight Joe Biden than fascist Donald Trump, but these people ultimately do respect democracy. That's undeniable. They still respect, as a party, they still respect democracy, and that does count for something. Let's get to it. They're losing, they're not making money now. Oh no, what do we do? Now they're weak. Let's go in. Let's go for the kill shot, progressives. Political kill shot, Roblox. Political.
The Democratic National Committee is struggling to raise money, and that's according to a new bombshell report in Politico. And it also turns out that the Democratic establishment is still paying off expenses from Kamala Harris's failed presidential run.
You hear that shit? They're still paying off Kamala Harris's failed campaign, dude. They spent billions in 100 days. Oh, what an embarrassment.
So this story is amazing. I highly recommend you read it. Again, it's in Politico, but here's what they're reporting. By the end of June, the Republican National Committee had $80 million on hand, compared to just $15 million for the Democratic National Committee. Now, we should note that other parts of the Democratic establishment or apparatus aren't having the exact same problems. So, for instance, Democrats and Republicans have about the same.
It's not like I want these people winning, but I don't necessarily want these people losing, either. We kind of, if somehow by some miracle the Republicans are going to allow a semblance of democracy to happen during the midterms, I would prefer a neoliberal over a fascist winning that election, right?
Same amount of cash in their House and Senate campaign arms, which is important because we're getting closer to the midterm election, and that's what matters the most. So what's going on with the DNC specifically? Well, according to Politico, major Democratic donors have withheld money this year amid skepticism about the party's direction, while the small dollar donors, who have long been a source of strength, are not growing nearly enough to make up the gap.
So let me break this down. Major Democratic donors want them to be more Republican, and they want them to double down on identity politics, be more conservative, and double down on the shit that hasn't worked. Small donors are no longer donating because, why? It's, literally take your money and put it down the fucking toilet. It'll have more use. Okay, it might break up some shit on the way down. It might literally be more useful than sending that $20 to Nancy Pelosi. I know her emails are constant, but you don't have to do it. It endorses the Mamdani, or it gets the Nazis again, 100%. They're working tooth and nail, just as expected, exactly as I described. The Democratic DNC neoliberal institution working overtime to destroy progressive Zoran Mamdani. Are they working overtime to defeat fascism? No. Kid gloves, guffaw, handshakes, bipartisanship. Oh, a real progressive? It's time. Get the fucking sniper rifles out. Get the fucking special ops, dude. Get Sam Fisher on this bitch. We're going siphon filter. More video games. I'm sorry, I'm a nerd. As soon as I'm done with the stream, I'm going to go play video games and smoke weed and watch anime cartoons. I should read a book. Should read a book. Does a manga count? No. Manga don't count. Pick up a book, man. But anime, Dragon Ball Z.
And look, when it comes to the major Democratic donors, or any donor who's like, I don't know, what do the Democrats even stand for? I agree. What do they stand for? What is their identity? What is the Democratic Party fighting for? What are their values? I genuinely don't know.
If Trump were a younger man, I could, his absurdity leaking into the zeitgeist for decades and decades. I don't know. I could see a scenario like Fallout where just like nuclear winter is normalized, and instead of fighting to stop it, we just acquiesce and we just start investing our money in survival bunkers and shit like that, vaults.
Governor Beshear recently accompanied Hakeem Jeffries at a fundraiser. Axios wrote about it, and the one line that apparently got a big round of applause from the donors was something about how he vetoed an anti-trans bill in his state. Okay, so he got a big round of applause for helping trans people, which is really, really great. Anna is interpreting this as yes, more identity politics, yes, double down on it. You can defend trans people while also bringing up we want to raise your wages, we want to make your retirement comfortable, we want to help you send your kid to college, we want to raise the quality of your kids elementary education. That's kind of the main problem with these donors that she's talking about. They don't want you to talk about that. Oh, that sounds like raising the taxes on rich people. That sounds like socialism. We don't like that. We don't like that one bit. Focus more on the identity stuff. Yeah. Trans people, keep going down that direction. We can actually do both. We can treat trans people like human beings while also talking about cutting middle-class taxes. Democrats, though, don't want to do that for obvious reasons, that they're compromised. They're compromised. So there we go. Sorry about the TYT there, but good job at the same time. Good job to TYT for covering this topic. Good luck seeing that topic covered by any other news agency. That's all I got time for today. Just 4 hours. I'm sorry, 4.5 hours. I know, I'm a bitch. I was just kidding before. I'm not really going to go have fun. Well, I am going to go have fun, but I'm going to go play with my son, go exercise and have fun with my son. Maybe I'll throw an anime on the TV while I do that. No, it's binary. Thank you, Lenny. Thank you, B. Reed. Just want to give an extra special big, fat, obese props. I'm talking obese. It's not getting through the door, okay? You got to cut that door frame right out of there. To every single motherfucker in the chat, every single one of you. It's you. Pat yourself on your back. Do it. There you go. Does that hurt your shoulder? Then you're my age. But no, big props to your tubing. B-Ree, so lovely to see you again, B-Ree. Seneca Athena, Absolute Zero. Lenny, your boy Lenny from the south of Boston. Okay, representing that Yo Mega. Make sure you're buying your Yo Megas, folks. UN TV, Clutch Cargo. Props. All you lurkers. Anybody giving me that view? Simply Steve over there at Kick.com. He's just a fanboy for Kick.
Some people like garbage, you know? Some people like Little Caesars pizza. What can I say, you know? They just eat garbage. So some people they prefer Kick. Good guy, Dari, big props to you. Your boy, Woke Patriot, you know, thank you for coming in. We didn't hear much from you, but that's okay. I appreciate you coming in. Thank you so much, Woke Patriot, for your wisdom in the Discord. Blase, big props to Blase over here. Seneca Athena, big fucking props. Kick won't ban me for using certain words. Oh, Kick, you know, when you sign up for Kick, they send you an email with your N-word pass. So it's like, you can say the N-word just as long as you buy and sell cryptocurrency. So I guess for some that is important. I don't know. Quick double tap, big props. Thank you again for those links in the the DMs there. You can go ahead and put those in the Discord as well. Incredulous buffoon. I didn't see this chat. Yeah, but do you think that men should be able to play in women's sports? Oh, yeah. What about the major crisis of men playing in high school sports? Ah! It's like 6 people across the nation. It's like 6 people, dude. Nova Rider, big props. Sorry I didn't see your comment there, incredulous buffoon. I'm sure you already left. Better things to do, I assume. Incredulous buffoons, they got better shit to do than watch this crap. Chillin' Jazz, big props. Off-world colonists, sorry I missed your comment. Said, but so-called boycott of Trump Gaza Beach Hotel and casinos, even like they said. Take a good celebrity campaign to get people to go. Yeah, exactly. Off-world colonists, if you're still watching, I agree with that comment. It won't take much to normalize the erasure of Palestine, right? We'll see celebrities, Gal Gadot, et cetera, you know, fucking Leonardo, what the fuck his name? Famous actor, Leo. Fuck's his DiCaprio. Leonardo DiCaprio investing in Israeli Capricorn. Thank you. Leonardo DiCaprio investing in Israeli businesses. You know, so it's already happening. The normalization of the erasure of Palestine will absolutely be supported by celebrities, right? If Donald Trump and the Republican MAGA regime get what they want, they'll churn Hollywood into a fucking, you know, conservative nightmare, right? Where you're not allowed to criticize certain things. You have to talk about certain topics. You tell me how good state mandated media is from China and North Korea, right? Well, make sure he's the hero. Make sure the character from this country is the hero in the story. You know, all this meddling in all these movies and stories, right? Doesn't make anything better. It just turns it into propaganda. But that is what we're going to see. DiCaprio, all the rest of them getting on board. All right, you either have a career in Hollywood and support this, you know, support the erasure of Palestine, or goodbye career. Get the fuck out of here. You know, you're not allowed to be like the Big Bang Theory. But no, once again, everybody, peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. Let's not forget why we're here. We're here to create political change. Political activism is a lifestyle. We need to embrace it or accept mediocrity. Step 1, we inform ourselves. It's what we did today. Step 2, we got to sign up and show up. And step 3, we got to work harder than the fascists. We got to put in the work like Charlie Kirk. All right? They're working overtime. They're working weekends. We got to do the same. We don't always have to be losing. We can win. We can fight back. Don't accept mediocrity. There you go, B-Re. So peace in that motherfucking Middle East once again. And glory once again to the Ukrainian democracy. We'll get them somehow. We'll get them somehow, folks. By hook or by crook, I will live free. Get home soon, Lenny. Travel safe, buddy. Put him back on the Titanic. Get him. Travel safe, Lenny. Hope to see you. See you again at the next one.